Fragment of a novel written by Jane Austen, January-March 1817 ********. Transcriber's note: new original cover art included with this ebook is granted to the public domain. Fragment of a novel by Jane Austen. Second impression 1925 Fragment of a novel written by Jane Austen January-March 1817 Decorative line now first printed from the manuscript Decorative line Oxford at the Clarendon Press 1925. Oxford University Press London Edinburgh Glasgow Copenhagen New York Toronto Melbourne Cape Town Bombay Calcutta Madras Shanghai Humphrey Milford Publisher to the University Printed in England. Preface: the fragment of a novel, written by Jane Austen in the first 3 months of the year in which she died, has no name, but it has long been known to members of her family as Sanditon. The manuscript passed into the possession of Jane Austen's niece Anna, Mrs. Ben Lefroy, and it was known to Mrs. Lefroy's half-brother, James Edward Austen Lee, the author of the memoir of Jane Austen first published in 1870. In the second edition, 1871, Mr. Austen Lee added the cancelled chapter of Persuasion, the fragment called The Watsons, and Lady Susan, and in his concluding chapter gave an account of the last work. Such an unfinished fragment cannot be presented to the public, but I am persuaded that some of Jane Austen's admirers will be glad to learn something about the latest creations which were forming themselves in her mind, and therefore, as some of the principal characters were already sketched in with a vigorous hand, I will try to give an idea of them, illustrated by extracts from the work. In the account which follows, the fragment is described in some detail. The verbatim quotations amount to perhaps 20 pages of this edition. The present owner, 1, of the manuscript has reached the conclusion that, since so much has long been before the public, it is right that the whole should no longer be withheld. 1 A.M. Granddaughter of Anna Lefroy. Some explanation may be thought necessary of the way in which the fragment is printed. It approximates to the manner of 1817, and the result is somewhat less in bulk than one of the 3 volumes in which Mr. Egerton or Mr. Murray would doubtless have issued the work if it had been completed for publication. The printer, however, would have made certain departures from his copy. He would have expanded the contractions, he would have broken up the chapters into paragraphs, and he would, in a greater or less degree, have regularized the spelling and the punctuation. It has seemed best not to do this in 1925. But to print the author's manuscript as nearly as possible in the last form it attained. It may be thought pedantic to reproduce irregularities which the author would not have wished to retain, but it seemed more important to avoid another danger. To have smoothed out the manuscript into a specious semblance of finality would have been to prejudice, in some degree, the question how far it did, in fact, represent the author's final intention. This edition, printed as it is open to no such objection. It is, for critical purposes, virtually a facsimile of all that Miss Austen wrote and did not erase. It will be seen from the textual notes, printed at the end of the volume, that the manuscript contains a very large number of erasures and interlineations. It is so neat, and so uniformly spaced, that it is almost everywhere possible to distinguish what was first written from what was added, or substituted, between the lines. These corrections are not such as could have resulted from subsequent revision of a fair copy previously made. In very many places the author has changed her mind current calamo, has begun a sentence in one form and finished it in another. The number and nature of such changes create a presumption, at least, that we are dealing with a first draft. The manuscript consists of 3 quires. The first and second, which are sewn together, are of 16 and 24 leaves respectively, measuring 7½ in. 4 to the power of 1 to the power of 1 in. The watermark, which occurs several times in both quires, is Kent 1812. The first quire contains chapters 1-3. The third chapter appears to end, on F16V, with an incomplete sentence, but the concluding words, that loveliness was complete, were written at the foot of F1R. The second quire contains chapters 4-8 and part of chapter 9. The third quire, marked 2 on the first page, is of 40 leaves, 6 3/8 in. 4 inches. It bears a large ornamental watermark, and also the name Joseph Coles and the date 1815. Folios 2140, i.e. the latter half of the quire, are blank, a fact which suggests that no part of the manuscript is lost. This quire contains the remainder of chapter 9, beginning with the words "with 1,000 regrets," p. 117 of this edition, and chapters 10-12. The dates added by Miss Austen are: 1. At the top of the first page of the first quire, Jan. 27. 1817. 2. At the top of the first page of the third quire, the 1st of March. 3. At the end of the last sentence, the last page of the third quire, the 18th of March. Part of the second quire was originally written in pencil, and afterwards inked over. The passage so written is that printed on pp. 99-101 of this edition, from "Cried Lady D," to "So seriously that Charlotte." The author of the memoir writes, on this point, the chief part of this manuscript is written in her usual firm and neat hand, but some of the latter pages seem to have been first traced in pencil, probably when she was too weak to sit long at her desk, and written over in ink afterwards. But the manuscript as such does not bear out this implication of a progressive decline. The place at which pencil was used is in fact not much later than the middle, and the latter part of the manuscript shows no change in legibility or in accuracy. Fragment of a novel, Chapter 1. A gentleman and lady travelling from Tunbridge towards that part of the Sussex coast which lies between Hastings and Eastbourne, being induced by business to quit the high road, and attempt a very rough lane, were overturned in toiling up its long ascent, half rock, half sand. The accident happened just beyond the only gentleman's house near the lane, a house, which their driver, on being first required to take that direction, had conceived to be necessarily their object, and had with most unwilling looks been constrained to pass by. He had grumbled and shaken his shoulders so much indeed, and pitted and cut his horses so sharply, that he might have been open to the suspicion of overturning them on purpose, especially as the carriage was not his master's own, if the road had not indisputably become considerably worse than before, as soon as the premises of the said house were left behind, expressing with a most intelligent portentous countenance that beyond it no wheels but cart wheels could safely proceed. The severity of the fall was broken by their slow pace and the narrowness of the lane, and the gentleman having scrambled out and helped out his companion, they neither of them at first felt more than shaken and bruised. But the gentleman had in the course of the extrication sprained his foot, and soon becoming sensible of it, was obliged in a few moments to cut short both his remonstrance to the driver and his congratulations to his wife and himself, and sit down on the bank, unable to stand. "There is something wrong here," said he, putting his hand to his ankle, "but never mind, my dear," looking up at her with a smile, "it could not have happened, you know, in a better place. Good out of evil. The very thing perhaps to be wished for. We shall soon get relief. There, I fancy lies my cure," pointing to the neat-looking end of a cottage, which was seen romantically situated among wood on a high eminence at some little distance. "Does not that promise to be the very place?" His wife fervently hoped it was, but stood, terrified and anxious, neither able to do or suggest anything, and receiving her first real comfort from the sight of several persons now coming to their assistance. The accident had been discerned from a hayfield adjoining the house they had passed, and the persons who approached were a well-looking, hale, gentlemanlike man, of middle age, the proprietor of the place, who happened to be among his haymakers at the time, and 3 or 4 of the ablest of them summoned to attend their master, to say nothing of all the rest of the field, men, women and children, not very far off. Mr. Hayward, such was the name of the said proprietor, advanced with a very civil salutation, much concern for the accident, some surprise at anybody's attempting that rode in a carriage, and ready offers of assistance. His courtesies were received with good breeding and gratitude, and while 1 or 2 of the men lent their help to the driver in getting the carriage upright again, the traveller said, "You are extremely obliging, sir, and I take you at your word. The injury to my leg is, I dare say, very trifling, but it is always best in these cases to have a surgeon's opinion without loss of time, and as the road does not seem at present in a favorable state for my getting up to his house myself, I will thank you to send off one of these good people for the surgeon." "The surgeon, sir," replied Mr. Hayward, "I am afraid you will find no surgeon at hand here, but I dare say we shall do very well without him." "Nay, sir, if he is not in the way, his partner will do just as well, or rather better." "I would rather see his partner indeed. I would prefer the attendance of his partner. One of these good people can be with him in 3 minutes, I am sure. I need not ask whether I see the house," looking towards the cottage, "for excepting your own, we have passed none in this place, which can be the abode of a gentleman." Mr. H. looked very much astonished, and replied, "What, sir, are you expecting to find a surgeon in that cottage? We have neither surgeon nor partner in the parish, I assure you." "Excuse me, sir," replied the other. "I am sorry to have the appearance of contradicting you, but though from the extent of the parish or some other cause you may not be aware of the fact, stay, can I be mistaken in the place? Am I not in Willingden? Is not this Willingden?" "Yes, sir, this is certainly Willingden." "Then, sir, I can bring proof of your having a surgeon in the parish, whether you may know it or not. Here, sir," taking out his pocket book, "if you will do me the favor of casting your eye over these advertisements, which I cut out myself from the Morning Post and the Kentish Gazette, only yesterday morning in London, I think you will be convinced that I am not speaking at random. You will find it an advertisement, sir, of the dissolution of a partnership in the medical line, in your own parish, extensive business, undeniable character, respectable references, wishing to form a separate establishment. You will find it at full length, sir, offering him the 2 little oblong extracts. Sir," said Mr. Hayward with a good-humored smile, "if you were to show me all the newspapers that are printed in 1 week throughout the kingdom, you would not persuade me of there being a surgeon in Willingden, for having lived here ever since I was born, man and boy 57 years, I think I must have known of such a person. At least I may venture to say that he has not much business. To be sure, if gentlemen were to be often attempting this lane in post-chaises, it might not be a bad speculation for a surgeon to get a house at the top of the hill. But as to that cottage, I can assure you, sir, that it is in fact, in spite of its spruce air at this distance, as indifferent a double tenement as any in the parish, and that my shepherd lives at one end, and 3 old women at the other." He took the paces of paper as he spoke, and having looked them over, added, "I believe I can explain it, sir. Your mistake is in the place. There are 2 Willingdons in this country, and your advertisements refer to the other, which is Great Willingden, or Willingden Abbots, and lies 7 miles off, on the other side of Battle, quite down in the Weald. And we, sir, speaking rather proudly, are not in the Weald." "Not down in the Weald, I am sure, sir," replied the traveller, pleasantly. "It took us half an hour to climb your hill. Well, sir, I dare say it is as you say, and I have made an abominably stupid blunder. All done in a moment. The advertisements did not catch my eye till the last half hour of our being in town, when everything was in the hurry and confusion which always attend a short stay there. One is never able to complete anything in the way of business, till the carriage is at the door, and accordingly satisfying myself with a brief enquiry, and finding we were actually to pass within a mile or 2 of a Willingden, I sought no farther. My dear," to his wife, "I am very sorry to have brought you into this scrape. But do not be alarmed about my leg. It gives me no pain while I am quiet, and as soon as these good people have succeeded in setting the cart to rights and turning the horses round, the best thing we can do will be to measure back our steps into the turnpike road and proceed to Hailsham, and so home, without attempting anything farther. 2 hours take us home, from Hailsham, and when once at home, we have our remedy at hand. A little of our own bracing sea air will soon set me on my feet again. Depend upon it, my dear, it is Exactly a case for the sea. Saline air and immersion will be the very thing. My sensations tell me so already. In a most friendly manner Mr. Hayward here interposed, entreating them not to think of proceeding till the ankle had been examined, and some refreshment taken, and very cordially pressing them to make use of his house for both purposes. We are always well stocked, said he, with all the common remedies for sprains and bruises, and I will answer for the pleasure it will give my wife and daughters to be of service to you and this lady in every way in their power. A twinge or two, in trying to move his foot, disposed the traveller to think rather more as he had done at first of the benefit of immediate assistance, and consulting his wife in the few words of "Well, my dear, I believe it will be better for us," turned again to Mr. H., and said, "Before we accept your hospitality, sir, and in order to do away any unfavorable impression which the sort of wild goose chase you find me in, may have given rise to, allow me to tell you who we are. My name is Parker. Mr. Parker of Sanditon. This lady, my wife Mrs. Parker. We are on our road home from London. My name perhaps, though I am by no means the first of my family, holding landed property in the parish of Sanditon, may be unknown at this distance from the coast, but Sanditon itself, everybody has heard of Sanditon, the favourite, for a young and rising bathing place, certainly the favourite spot of all that are to be found along the coast of Sussex, the most favoured by nature, and promising to be the most chosen by man. Yes, I have heard of Sanditon, replied Mr. H. Every 5 years, one hears of some new place or other starting up by the sea, and growing the fashion. How they can half of them be filled, is the wonder. Where people can be found with money or time to go to them, bad things for a country, sure to raise the price of provisions and make the poor good for nothing, as I dare say you find, sir. Not at all, sir, not at all, cried Mr. Parker eagerly. Quite the contrary, I assure you. A common idea, but a mistaken one. It may apply to your large, overgrown places, like Brighton, or Worthing, or Eastbourne, but not to a small village like Sanditon, precluded by its size from experiencing any of the evils of civilization, while the growth of the place, the buildings, the nursery grounds, the demand for everything, and the sure resort of the very best company, those regular, steady, private families of thorough gentility and character, who are a blessing everywhere, excite the industry of the poor and diffuse comfort and improvement among them of every sort. No, sir, I assure you, Sanditon is not a place. I do not mean to take exceptions to any place in particular, sir, answered Mr. H. I only think our coast is too full of them altogether. But had we not better try to get you, our coast too full, repeated Mr. P. On that point perhaps we may not totally disagree, at least there are enough. Our coast is abundant enough. It demands no more. Everybody's taste and everybody's finances may be suited, and those good people who are trying to add to the number, are in my opinion excessively absurd, and must soon find themselves the dupes of their own fallacious calculations. Such a place as Sanditon, sir, I may say was wanted, was called for. Nature had marked it out, had spoken in most intelligible characters. The finest, purest sea breeze on the coast, acknowledged to be so, excellent bathing. Fine hard sand, deep water 10 yards from the shore, no mud, no weeds, no shiny rocks. Never was there a place more palpably designed by nature for the resort of the invalid, the very spot which thousands seemed in need of. The most desirable distance from London. 1 complete, measured mile nearer than Eastbourne. Only conceive, sir, the advantage of saving a whole mile, in a long journey. But Brinshaw, sir, which I dare say you have in your eye, the attempts of 2 or 3 speculating people about Brinshaw, this last year, to raise that paltry hamlet, lying, as it does between a stagnant marsh, a bleak moor and the constant effluvia of a ridge of putrefying seaweed, can end in nothing but their own disappointment. What in the name of common sense is to recommend Brinshaw? A most insalubrious air, roads proverbially detestable, water brackish beyond example, impossible to get a good dish of tea within 3 miles of the place, and as for the soil, it is so cold and ungrateful that it can hardly be made to yield a cabbage. Depend upon it, sir, that this is a faithful description of Brinshaw, not in the smallest degree exaggerated, and if you have heard it differently spoken of, sir, I never heard it spoken of in my life before, said Mr. Hayward. I did not know there was such a place in the world. You did not, there, my dear, turning with exultation to his wife, you see how it is. So much for the celebrity of Brinshaw. This gentleman did not know there was such a place in the world. Why, in truth, sir, I fancy we may apply to Brinshaw that line of the poet Cowper in his description of the religious cottager, as opposed to Voltaire, she never heard of half a mile from home. With all my heart, sir, apply any verses you like to it, but I want to see something applied to your leg, and I am sure by your lady's countenance that she is quite of my opinion and thinks it a pity to lose any more time, and here come my girls to speak for themselves and their mother. 2 or 3 genteel-looking young women, followed by as many maid-servants, were now seen issuing from the house. I began to wonder the bustle should not have reached them. A thing of this kind soon makes a stir in a lonely place like ours. Now, sir, let us see how you can be best conveyed into the house. The young ladies approached and said everything that was proper to recommend their father's offers, and in an unaffected manner calculated to make the strangers easy, and as Mrs. P. was exceedingly anxious for relief, and her husband by this time, not much less disposed for it, a very few civil scruples were enough, especially as the carriage being now set up, was discovered to have received such injury on the fallen side as to be unfit for present use. Mr. Parker was therefore carried into the house, and his carriage wheeled off to a vacant barn. Chapter 2. The acquaintance, thus oddly begun, was neither short nor unimportant. For a whole fortnight the travellers were fixed at Willingden, Mr. P.'s sprain proving too serious for him to move sooner. He had fallen into very good hands. The Haywards were a thoroughly respectable family, and every possible attention was paid in the kindest and most unpretending manner. to both husband and wife. He was waited on and nursed, and she cheered and comforted with unremitting kindness, and as every office of hospitality and friendliness was received as it ought, as there was not more goodwill on one side than gratitude on the other, nor any deficiency of generally pleasant manners on either, they grew to like each other in the course of that fortnight, exceedingly well. Mr. Parker's character and history were soon unfolded. All that he understood of himself, he readily told, for he was very open-hearted, and where he might be himself in the dark, his conversation was still giving information, to such of the Haywards as could observe. By such he was perceived to be an enthusiast, on the subject of Sanditon, a complete enthusiast. Sanditon. The success of Sanditon as a small, fashionable bathing place was the object, for which he seemed to live. A very few years ago, and it had been a quiet village of no pretensions, but some natural advantages in its position and some accidental circumstances having suggested to himself, and the other principal landholder, the probability of its becoming a profitable speculation, they had engaged in it, and planned and built, and praised and puffed, and raised it to a something of young renown. And Mr. Parker could now think of very little besides. The facts, which in more direct communication, he laid before them, were that he was about 35, had been married, very happily married 7 years, and had 4 sweet children at home, that he was of a respectable family, and easy though not large fortune, no profession, succeeding as eldest son to the property which 2 or 3 generations had been holding and accumulating before him, that he had 2 brothers and 2 sisters, all single and all independent, the eldest of the 2 former indeed, by collateral inheritance, quite as well provided for as himself. His object in quitting the high road, to hunt for an advertising surgeon, was also plainly stated. It had not proceeded from any intention of spraining his ankle or doing himself any other injury for the good of such surgeon, nor, as Mr. H. had been apt to suppose, from any design of entering into partnership with him. It was merely in consequence of a wish to establish some medical man at Sanditon, which the nature of the advertisement induced him to expect to accomplish in Willingden. He was convinced that the advantage of a medical man at hand would very materially promote the rise and prosperity of the place. Would in fact tend to bring a prodigious influx, nothing else was wanting. He had strong reason to believe that one family had been deterred last year from trying Sanditon on that account, and probably very many more, and his own sisters who were sad invalids, and whom he was very anxious to get to Sanditon this summer, could hardly be expected to hazard themselves in a place where they could not have immediate medical advice. Upon the whole, Mr. P. was evidently an amiable, family man, fond of wife, child, brothers and sisters, and generally kind-hearted, liberal, gentlemanlike, easy to please, of a sanguine turn of mind, with more imagination than judgment. And Mrs. P. was as evidently a gentle, amiable, sweet-tempered woman, the properest wife in the world for a man of strong understanding, but not of capacity to supply the cooler reflection which her own husband sometimes needed, and so entirely waiting to be guided on every occasion, that whether he were risking his fortune or spraining his ankle, she remained equally useless. Sanditon was a second wife and 4 children to him, hardly less dear, and certainly more engrossing. He could talk of it forever. It had indeed the highest claims, not only those of birthplace, property, and home. It was his mine, his lottery, his speculation and his hobby horse, his occupation, his hope and his futurity. He was extremely desirous of drawing his good friends at Willingden thither, and his endeavours in the cause were as grateful and disinterested as they were warm. He wanted to secure the promise of a visit, to get as many of the family as his own house would contain, to follow him to Sanditon as soon as possible. And healthy as they all undeniably were, foresaw that every one of them would be benefited by the sea. He held it indeed as certain, that no person be really well, no person, however upheld for the present by fortuitous aids of exercise and spirits in a semblance of health, could be really in a state of secure and permanent health without spending at least 6 weeks by the sea every year. The sea air and sea bathing together were nearly infallible, one or the other of them being a match for every disorder of the stomach, the lungs or the blood. They were antispasmodic, antipulmonary, antiseptic, antibilious and antirheumatic. Nobody could catch cold by the sea, nobody wanted appetite by the sea, nobody wanted spirits, nobody wanted strength. They were healing, softening, relaxing, fortifying and bracing, seemingly just as was wanted, sometimes one, sometimes the other. If the sea breeze failed, the sea bath was the certain corrective, and where bathing disagreed, the sea breeze alone was evidently designed by nature for the cure. His eloquence however could not prevail. Mr. and Mrs. H. never left home. Marrying early and having a very numerous family, their movements had been long limited to one small circle, and they were older in habits than in age. Excepting 2 journeys to London in the year, to receive his dividends, Mr. H. went no farther than his feet or his well-tried old horse could carry him, and Mrs. Hayward's adventurings were only now and then to visit her neighbours, in the old coach which had been new when they married and fresh lined on their eldest son's coming of age 10 years ago. They had very pretty property, enough, had their family been of reasonable limits to have allowed them a very gentlemanlike share of luxuries and change, enough for them to have indulged in a new carriage and better roads, an occasional month at Tunbridge Wells, and symptoms of the gout and a winter at Bath. But the maintenance, education and fitting out of 14 children demanded a very quiet, settled, careful course of life, and obliged them to be stationary and healthy at Willingden. What prudence had at first enjoined, was now rendered pleasant by habit. They never left home, and they had a gratification in saying so. But very far from wishing their children to do the same, they were glad to promote their getting out into the world, as much as possible. They stayed at home, that their children might get out, and while making that home extremely comfortable, welcomed every change from it which could give useful connections or respectable acquaintance to sons or daughters. When Mr. and Mrs. Parker therefore ceased from soliciting a family visit, and bounded their vies to carrying back one daughter with them, no difficulties were started. It was general pleasure and consent. Their invitation was to Miss Charlotte Hayward, a very pleasing young woman of 22, the eldest of the daughters at home, and the one who under her mother's directions had been particularly useful and obliging to them, who had attended them most, and knew them best. Charlotte was to go, with excellent health, to bathe and be better if she could, to receive every possible pleasure which Sanditon could be made to supply by the gratitude of those she went with, and to buy new parasols, new gloves, and new brooches, for her sisters and herself at the library, which Mr. P. was anxiously wishing to support. All that Mr. Hayward himself could be persuaded to promise was, that he would send everyone to Sanditon, who asked his advice, and that nothing should ever induce him, as far as the future could be answered for, to spend even 5 shillings at Brinshaw. Chapter 3. Every neighborhood should have a great lady. The great lady of Sanditon was Lady Denham, and in their journey from Willingden to the coast, Mr. Parker gave Charlotte a more detailed account of her than had been called for before. She had been necessarily often mentioned at Willingden, for being his colleague in speculation, Sanditon itself could not be talked of long, without the introduction of Lady Denham, and that she was a very rich old lady, who had buried 2 husbands, who knew the value of money, was very much looked up to, and had a poor cousin living with her, were facts already well known, but some further particulars of her history and her character served to lighten the tediousness of a long hill, or a heavy bit of road, and to give the visiting young lady a suitable knowledge of the person with whom she might now expect to be daily associating. Lady D had been a rich Miss Brereton, born to wealth but not to education. Her first husband had been a Mr. Hollis, a man of considerable property in the country, of which a large share of the parish of Sanditon, with manor and mansion house, made a part. He had been an elderly man when she married him, her own age about 30. Her motives for such a match could be little understood at the distance of 40 years. But she had so well nursed and pleased Mr. Hollis, that at his death he left her everything, all his estates, and all at her disposal. After a widowhood of some years, she had been induced to marry again. The late Sir Harry Denham, of Denham Park in the neighborhood of Sanditon, had succeeded in removing her and her large income to his own domains, but he did not succeed in the vise of permanently enriching his family, which were attributed to him. She had been too wary to put anything out of her own power, and when on Sir Harry's decease she returned again to her own house at Sanditon, she was said to have made this boast to a friend, that though she had got nothing but her title from the family, still she had given nothing for it. For the title, it was to be supposed that she had married, and Mr. P. acknowledged there being just such a degree of value for it apparent now, as to give her conduct that natural explanation. There is at times, said he, a little self-importance, but it is not offensive, and there are moments, there are points, when her love of money is carried greatly too far. But she is a good-natured woman, a very good-natured woman, a very obliging, friendly neighbor, a careful, independent, valuable character. And her faults may be entirely imputed to her want of education. She has good natural sense, but quite uncultivated. She has a fine active mind, as well as a fine healthy frame for a woman of 70, and enters into the improvement of Sanditon with a spirit truly admirable, though now and then, a littleness will appear. She cannot look forward quite as I would have her, and takes alarm at a trifling present expense, without considering what returns it will make her in a year or two. That is, we think differently, we now and then see things differently, Miss H. Those who tell their own story must be listened to with caution. When you see us in contact, you will judge for yourself. Lady D was indeed a great lady beyond the common wants of society, for she had many thousands a year to bequeath, and 3 distinct sets of people to be courted by her own relations, who might very reasonably wish for her original £30,000 among them, the legal heirs of Mr. Hollis, who must hope to be more indebted to her sense of justice than he had allowed them to be to his, and those members of the Denham family, whom her 2D husband had hoped to make a good bargain for. By all of these, or by branches of them, she had no doubt been long, and still continued to be, well attacked, and of these 3 divisions, Mr. P. did not hesitate to say that Mr. Hollis' kindred were the least in favour and Sir Harry Denham's the most. The former he believed, had done themselves irremediable harm by expressions of very unwise and unjustifiable resentment at the time of Mr. Hollis's death, the latter, to the advantage of being the remnant of a connection which she certainly valued, joined those of having been known to her from their childhood, and of being always at hand to preserve their interest by reasonable attention. Sir Edward, the present baronet, nephew to Sir Harry, resided constantly at Denham Park, and Mr. P. had little doubt that he and his sister Miss D., who lived with him, would be principally remembered in her will. He sincerely hoped it. Miss Denham had a very small provision, and her brother was a poor man for his rank in society. He is a warm friend to Sanditon, said Mr. Parker, and his hand would be as liberal as his heart. Had he the power. He would be a noble coadjutor. As it is, he does what he can, and is running up a tasteful little cottage on a strip of waste ground Lady D has granted him, which I have no doubt we shall have many a candidate for, before the end even of this season. Till within the last 12-month, Mr. P. had considered Sir Ed, as standing without a rival, as having the fairest chance of succeeding to the greater part of all that she had to give. But there was now another person's claims to be taken into the account, those of the young female relation, whom Lady D had been induced to receive into her family. After having always protested against any such addition, and long and often enjoyed the repeated defeats she had given to every attempt of her relations to introduce this young lady, or that young lady as a companion at Sanditon House, She had brought back with her from London last Michaelmas a Miss Brereton, who bid fair by her merits to vie in favour with Sir Edward, and to secure for herself and her family that share of the accumulated property which they had certainly the best right to inherit. Mr. Parker spoke warmly of Clara Brereton, and the interest of his story increased very much with the introduction of such a character. Charlotte listened with more than amusement now, it was solicitude and enjoyment, as she heard her described to be lovely, amiable, gentle, unassuming, conducting herself uniformly with great good sense, and evidently gaining by her innate worth on the affections of her patroness. Beauty, sweetness, poverty and dependence do not want the imagination of a man to operate upon. With due exceptions, woman feels for woman very promptly and compassionately. He gave the particulars which had led to Clara's admission at Sunderton, as no bad exemplification of that mixture of character, that union of littleness with kindness with good sense with even liberality which he saw in Lady D. After having avoided London for many years, principally on account of these very cousins, who were continually writing, inviting and tormenting her, and whom she was determined to keep at a distance, she had been obliged to go there last Michaelmas with the certainty of being detained at least a fortnight. She had gone to an hotel, living by her own account as prudently as possible, to defy the reputed expensiveness of such a home, and at the end of 3 days calling for her bill, that she might judge of her state. Its amount was such as determined her on staying not another hour in the house, and she was preparing in all the anger and perturbation which a belief of very gross imposition there, and an ignorance of where to go for better usage, to leave the hotel at all hazards, when the cousins, the politic and lucky cousins, who seemed always to have a spy on her, introduced themselves at this important moment, and learning her situation, persuaded her to accept such a home for the rest of her stay as their humbler house in a very inferior part of London. CD offered. She went, was delighted with her welcome and the hospitality and attention she received from everybody, found her good cousins beyond her expectation worthy people, and finally was impelled by a personal knowledge of their narrow income and pecuniary difficulties, to invite one of the girls of the family to pass the winter with her. The invitation was to one, for 6 months, with the probability of another being then to take her place, but in selecting the one, Lady D had shewn the good part of her character, for passing by the actual daughters of the house, she had chosen Clara, a niece, more helpless and more pitiable of course than any, a dependent on poverty, an additional burthen on an encumbered circle, and one, who had been so low in every worldly vie, as with all her natural endowments and powers, to have been preparing for a situation little better than a nursery maid. Clara had returned with her, and by her good sense and merit had now, to all appearance secured a very strong hold in Lady D.'s regard. The 6 months had long been over, and not a syllable was breathed of any change, or exchange. She was a general favourite. The influence of her steady conduct and mild, gentle temper was felt by everybody. The prejudices which had met her at first in some quarters, were all dissipated. She was felt to be worthy of trust, to be the very companion who would guide and soften Lady D, who would enlarge her mind and open her hand. She was as thoroughly amiable as she was lovely, and since having had the advantage of their Sanditon breezes, that loveliness was complete. Chapter 4. And whose very snug-looking place is this? Said Charlotte, as in a sheltered dip within 2 miles of the sea, they passed close by a moderate-sized house, well fenced and planted, and rich in the garden, orchard and meadows which are the best embellishments of such a dwelling. It seems to have as many comforts about it as Willingden. Ah, said Mr. P. This is my old house, the house of my forefathers, the house where I and all my brothers and sisters were born and bred, and where my own 3 eldest children were born, where Mrs. P. and I lived till within the last 2 years, till our new house was finished. I am glad you are pleased with it. It is an honest old place, and Hillier keeps it in very good order. I have given it up, you know, to the man who occupies the sheaf of my land. He gets a better house by it, and I, a rather better situation. One other hill brings us to Sanditon, modern Sanditon, a beautiful spot. Our ancestors, you know, always built in a hole. Here were we, pent down in this little contracted nook, without air or vi, only 1 mile and 3 qrs from the noblest expanse of ocean between the South Foreland and the Land's End, and without the smallest advantage from it. You will not think I have made a bad exchange, when we reach Trafalgar House, which by the by, I almost wish I had not named Trafalgar, for Waterloo is more the thing now. However, Waterloo is in reserve, and if we have encouragement enough this year for a little crescent to be ventured on, as I trust we shall, then, we shall be able to call it Waterloo Crescent, and the name joined to the form of the building, which always takes, will give us the command of lodgers. In a good season we should have more applications than we could attend to. It was always a very comfortable house, said Mrs. Parker, looking at it through the back window with something like the fondness of regret. And such a nice garden, such an excellent garden. Yes, my love, but that we may be said to carry with us. It supplies us, as before, with all the fruit and vegetables we want, and we have in fact all the comfort of an excellent kitchen garden, without the constant eyesore of its formalities, or the yearly nuisance of its decaying vegetation. Who can endure a cabbage bed in October? Oh, dear, yes. We are quite as well off for garden stuff as ever we were, for if it is forgot to be brought at any time, we can always buy what we want at Sanditon House. The gardener there is glad enough to supply us. But it was a nice place for the children to run about in. So shady in summer. My dear, we shall have shade enough on the hill and more than enough in the course of a very few years. The growth of my plantations is a general astonishment. In the meanwhile we have the canvas awning, which gives us the most complete comfort within doors, and you can get a parasol at Whitby's for little Mary at any time, or a large bonnet at Jebb's, and as for the boys, I must say I'd rather them run about in the sunshine than not. I am sure we agree, my dear, in wishing our boys to be as hardy as possible. Yes indeed, I am sure we do, and I will get Mary a little parasol, which will make her as proud as can be. How grave she will walk about with it, and fancy herself quite a little woman. Oh! I have not the smallest doubt of our being a great deal better off where we are now. If we any of us want to bathe, we have not a quarter of a mile to go. But you know, still looking back, one loves to look at an old friend, at a place where one has been happy. The Hilliers did not seem to feel the storms last winter at all. I remember seeing Mrs. Hillier after one of those dreadful nights, when we had been literally rocked in our bed, and she did not seem at all aware of the wind being anything more than common. Yes, that's likely enough. We have all the grandeur of the storm, with less real danger, because the wind meeting with nothing to oppose or confine it around our house, simply rages and passes on, while down in this gutter, nothing is known of the state of the air, below the tops of the trees, and the inhabitants may be taken totally unawares, by one of those dreadful currents which do more mischief in a valley, when they do arise, than an open country ever experiences in the heaviest gale. But my dear love, as to garden stuff, you were saying that any accidental omission is supplied in a moment by Lydia's gardener, but it occurs to me that we ought to go elsewhere upon such occasions, and that old Stringer and his son have a higher claim. I encouraged him to set up, and am afraid he does not do very well, that is, there has not been time enough yet. He will do very well beyond a doubt, but at first it is uphill work, and therefore we must give him what help we can, and when any vegetables or fruit happen to be wanted, and it will not be amiss to have them often wanted, to have something or other forgotten most days, just to have a nominal supply, that poor old Andrew may not lose his daily job, but in fact to buy the sheaf of our consumption of the Stringers. Very well, my love, that can be easily done, and cook will be satisfied, which will be a great comfort, for she is always complaining of old Andrew now, and says he never brings her what she wants. There, now the old house is quite left behind. What is it your brother Sidney says about its being a hospital? Oh, my dear Mary, merely a joke of his. He pretends to advise me to make a hospital of it. He pretends to laugh at my improvements. Sidney says anything, He has always said what he chose of and to us, all. Most families have such a member among them, I believe, Miss Hayward. There is a someone in most families privileged by superior abilities or spirits to say anything. In ours, it is Sidney, who is a very clever young man, and with great powers of pleasing. He lives too much in the world to be settled, that is his only fault. He is here and there and everywhere. I wish we may get him to Sanditon. I should like to have you acquainted with him. And it would be a fine thing for the place, such a young man as Sidney, with his neat equipage and fashionable air. You and I, Mary, know what effect it might have. Many a respectable family, many a careful mother, many a pretty daughter, might it secure us, to the prejudice of Eborn and Hastings. They were now approaching the church and neat village of Sanditon, which stood at the foot of the hill they were afterwards to ascend, a hill whose side was covered with the woods and enclosures of Sanditon House and whose height ended in an open down where the new bilges might soon be looked for. A branch only, of the valley, winding more obliquely towards the sea, gave a passage to an inconsiderable stream, and formed at its mouth a 3D habitable division, in a small cluster of fishermen's houses. The village contained little more than cottages, but the spirit of the day had been caught, as Mr. P. observed with delight to Charlotte, and 2 or 3 of the best of them were smartened up with a white curtain and lodgings to let, and farther on, in the little green court of an old farmhouse, 2 females in elegant white were actually to be seen with their books and camp stools, and in turning the corner of the baker's shop, the sound of a harp might be heard through the upper casement. Such sights and sounds were highly blissful to Mr. P. Not that he had any personal concern in the success of the village itself, for considering it as too remote from the beach, he had done nothing there, but it was a most valuable proof of the increasing fashion of the place altogether. If the village could attract, the hill might be nearly full. He anticipated an amazing season. At the same time last year, late in July, there had not been a single lodger in the village, nor did he remember any during the whole summer, excepting one family of children who came from London for sea air after the whooping cough, and whose mother would not let them be nearer the shore for fear of their tumbling in. Civilization, civilization indeed, cried Mr. P., delighted. Look, my dear Mary, look at William Healy's windows. Blue shoes, and nankin boots. Who would have expected such a sight at a shoemaker's in Old Sanditon? This is new within the month. There was no blue shoe when we passed this way a month ago. Glorious indeed. Well, I think I have done something in my day. Now, for our hill, our health-breathing hill. In ascending, they passed the lodge gates of Sanditon House, and saw the top of the house itself among its groves. It was the last building of former days in that line of the parish. A little higher up, the modern began, and in crossing the down, a prospect house, a Bellevue cottage, and a Denham place were to be looked at by Charlotte with the calmness of amused curiosity, and by Mr. P. with the eager eye which hoped to see scarcely any empty houses. More bills at the window than he had calculated on, and a smaller show of company on the hill, fewer carriages, fewer walkers. He had fancied it just the time of day for them to be all returning from their airings to dinner, but the sands and the terrace always attracted some. And the tide must be flowing, about half-tide now. He longed to be on the sands, the cliffs, at his own house, and everywhere out of his house at once. His spirits rose with the very sight of the sea, and he could almost feel his ankle getting stronger already. Trafalgar House, on the most elevated spot on the down, was a light elegant building, standing in a small lawn with a very young plantation round it, about 100 yards from the brow of a steep, but not very lofty cliff, and the nearest to it, of every building, excepting one short row of smart-looking houses, called the Terrace, with a broad walk in front, aspiring to be the mall of the place. In this row were the best milliner's shop and the library, a little detached from it, the hotel and billiard room. Here began the descent to the beach, and to the bathing machines, and this was therefore the favourite spot for beauty and fashion. At Trafalgar House, rising at a little distance behind the terrace, the travellers were safely set down, and all was happiness and joy between Papa and Mamma and their children, while Charlotte, having received possession of her apartment, found amusement enough in standing at her ample Venetian window, and looking over the miscellaneous foreground of unfinished buildings, waving linen, and tops of houses, to the sea, dancing and sparkling in sunshine and freshness. Chapter 5. When they met before dinner, Mr. P. was looking over letters. Not a line from Sydney, said he. He is an idle fellow. I sent him an account of my accident from Willingden, and thought he would have vouchsafed me an answer. But perhaps it implies that he is coming himself. I trust it may. But here is a letter from one of my sisters. They never fail me. Women are the only correspondents to be depended on. Now Mary, smiling at his wife, before I open it, what shall we guess as to the state of health of those it comes from, or rather what W.D. Sidney say if he were here? Sidney is a saucy fellow, Miss H. And you must know, he will have it there is a good deal of imagination in my two sisters' complaints, but it really is not so, or very little. They have wretched health, as you have heard us say frequently, and are subject to a variety of very serious disorders. Indeed, I do not believe they know what a day's health is, and at the same time, they are such excellent useful women and have so much energy of character that, where any good is to be done, they force themselves on exertions which to those who do not thoroughly know them, have an extraordinary appearance. But there is really no affectation about them. They have only weaker constitutions and stronger minds than are often met with, either separate or together. And our youngest B.R., who lives with them, and who is not much above 20, I am sorry to say, is almost as great an invalid as themselves. He is so delicate that he can engage in no profession. Sidney laughs at him, but it really is no joke, though Sidney often makes me laugh at them all in spite of myself. Now, if he were here, I know he'd be offering odds that either Susan Diana or Arthur W.D. appear by this letter to have been at the point of death within the last month. Having run his eye over the letter, he shook his head and began, no chance of seeing them at Sunderton, I am sorry to say. A very indifferent account of them indeed. Seriously, a very indifferent account. Mary, you will be quite sorry to hear how ill they have been and are. Miss H., if you will give me leave, I will read Diana's letter aloud. I like to have my friends acquainted with each other, and I am afraid this is the only sort of acquaintance I shall have the means of accomplishing between you. And I can have no scruple on Diana's account, for her letters show her exactly as she is, the most active, friendly, warm-hearted being in existence, and therefore must give a good impression. He read. My dear Tom, we were all much grieved at your accident, and if you had not described yourself as fallen into such very good hands, I should have been with you at all hazards the day after the wreck of your letter, though it found me suffering under a more severe attack than usual of my old grievance, spasmodic bile, and hardly able to crawl from my bed to the sofa. But how were you treated? Send me more particulars in your next. If indeed a simple sprain, as you denominate it, nothing would have been so judicious as friction by the hand alone, supposing it could be applied instantly. 2 years ago I happened to be calling on Mrs. Sheldon when her coachman sprained his foot as he was cleaning the carriage, and CD hardly limp into the house, but by the immediate use of friction alone, steadily persevered in, and I rubbed his ankle with my own hand for 6 hours without intermission. He was well in 3 days. Many thanks, my dear Tom, for the kindness with respect to us, which had so large a share in bringing on your accident, but pray never run into peril again, in looking for an apothecary on our account, for had you the most experienced man in his line settled at Sunderton, it would be no recommendation to us. We have entirely done with the whole medical tribe. We have consulted physician after physician in vain, till we are quite convinced that they can do nothing for us, and that we must trust to our own knowledge of our own wretched constitutions for any relief. But if you think it advisable for the interest of the place, to get a medical man there, I will undertake the commission with pleasure, and have no doubt of succeeding. I could soon put the necessary irons in the fire. As for getting to Sunderton myself, it is quite an impossibility. I grieve to say that I dare not attempt it, but my feelings tell me too plainly that in my present state, the would probably be the death of me. And neither of my dear companions will leave me, or I would promote their going down to you for a fortnight. But in truth, I doubt whether Susan's nerves would be equal to the effort. She has been suffering much from the headache, and 6 leeches a day for 10 days together relieved her so little that we thought it right to change our measures, and being convinced on examination that much of the evil lay in her gum, I persuaded her to attack the disorder there. She has accordingly had 3 teeth drawn, and is decidedly better, but her nerves are a good deal deranged. She can only speak in a whisper, and fainted away twice this morning on poor Arthur's trying to suppress a cough. He, I am happy to say, is tolerably well, though more languid than I like, and I fear for his liver. I have heard nothing of Sydney since your being together in town, but conclude his scheme to the Isle of Wight has not taken place, or we should have seen him in his way. Most sincerely do we wish you a good season at Sunderton, and though we cannot contribute to your beau monde in person, we are doing our utmost to send you company worth having, and think we may safely reckon on securing you 2 large families, one a rich West Indian from Surrey, the other, a most respectable girls' boarding school, or academy, from Camberwell. I will not tell you how many people I have employed in the business, wheel within wheel. But success more than repays. Yours most awfully, and see well, said Mr. P. As he finished. though I dare say Sydney might find something extremely entertaining in this letter and make us laugh for half an hour together. I declare I by myself can see nothing in it but what is either very pitiable or very creditable. With all their sufferings, you perceive how much they are occupied in promoting the good of others, so anxious for Sunderton. Two large families, one for Prospect House probably, the other for No. 2 Denham Place, or the end house of the terrace, and extra beds at the hotel. I told you my sisters were excellent women, Miss H. And I am sure they must be very extraordinary ones. Said Charlotte. I am astonished at the careful style of the letter, considering the state in which both sisters appear to be. 3 teeth drawn at once, frightful. Your sister Diana seems almost as ill as possible, but those 3 teeth of your sister Susan's are more distressing than all the rest. Oh, they are so used to the operation, to every operation, and have such fortitude. Your sisters know what they are about, I dare say, but their measures seem to touch on extremes. I feel that in any illness, I should be so anxious for professional advice, so very little venturesome for myself, or anybody I loved, but then, we have been so healthy a family, that I can be no judge of what the habit of self-doctoring may do. Why, to own the truth, said Mrs. P. I do think the Miss Parkers carry it too far sometimes, and so do you, my love, you know. You often think they would be better, if they would leave themselves more alone, and especially Arthur. I know you think it a great pity they should give him such a turn for being ill. Well, my dear Mary, I grant you, it is unfortunate for poor Arthur, that, at his time of life he should be encouraged to give way to indisposition. It is bad that he should be fancying himself too sickly for any profession, and sit down at 21, on the interest of his own little fortune, without any idea of attempting to improve it, or of engaging in any occupation that may be of use to himself or others. But let us talk of pleasanter things. These 2 large families are just what we wanted, but here is something at hand, pleasanter still. Morgan, with his dinner on table. Chapter 6. The party were very soon moving after dinner. Mr. P could not be satisfied without an early visit to the library, and the library subscription book, and Charlotte was glad to see as much, and as quickly as possible, where all was new. They were out in the very quietest part of a watering place day, when the important business of dinner or of sitting after dinner was going on in almost every inhabited lodging. Here and there a solitary elderly man might be seen, who was forced to move early and walk for health, but in general, it was a thorough pause of company, it was emptiness and tranquillity on the terrace, the cliffs, and the sands. The shops were deserted, the straw hats and pendant lace seemed left to their fate both within the house and without, and Mrs. Whitby at the library was sitting in her inner room, reading one of her own novels, for want of employment. The list of subscribers was but commonplace. The Lady Denham, Miss Brereton, Mr. and Mrs. P., Sir Ed. Denham and Miss Denham, whose names might be said to lead off the season, were followed by nothing better than Mrs. Matthews, Miss Matthews, Miss E. Matthews, Miss H. Matthews. Dr. and Mrs. Brown, Mr. Richard Pratt. Leute, Smith R.N. Captain, Little, Limehouse. Mrs. Jane Fisher, Miss Fisher, Miss Scroggs. Rev. Mr. Hanking, Mr. Beard, Solicitor, Gray's Inn. Mrs. Davis, and Miss Merriweather. Mr. P. could not but feel that the list was not only without distinction, but less numerous than he had hoped. It was but July, however, and August and September were the months, and besides, the promised large families from Surrey and Camberwell were an ever-ready consolation. Mrs. Whitby came forward without delay from her literary recess, delighted to see Mr. Parker again, whose manners recommended him to everybody, and they were fully occupied in their various civilities and communications, while Charlotte, having added her name to the list as the first offering to the success of the season, was busy in some immediate purchases for the further good of everybody. As soon as Miss Whitby could be hurried down from her toilette, with all her glossy curls and smart trinkets to wait on her. The library, of course, afforded everything, all the useless things in the world that not be done without, and among so many pretty temptations, and with so much goodwill for Mr. P. to encourage expenditure, Charlotte began to feel that she must check herself, or rather she reflected that at 22 there could be no excuse for her doing otherwise, and that it would not do for her to be spending all her money the very first evening. She took up a book. It happened to be a vol. Of Camilla. She had not Camilla's youth, and had no intention of having her distress, so she turned from the drawers of rings and brooches, repressed farther solicitation, and paid for what she bought. For her particular gratification, they were then to take a turn on the cliff. But as they quitted the library they were met by two ladies whose arrival made an alteration necessary, Lady Denham and Miss Brereton. They had been to Trafalgar House, and been directed thence to the library, and though Lady D was a great deal too active to regard the walk of a mile as anything requiring rest, and talked of going home again directly, the Parkers knew that to be pressed into their house, and obliged to take her tea with them, would suit her best, and therefore the stroll on the cliff gave way to an immediate return home. No, no, said her ladyship, I will not have you hurry your tea on my account. I know you like your tea late. My early hours are not to put my neighbors to inconvenience. No, no, Miss Clara and I will get back to our own tea. We came out with no other thought. We wanted just to see you and make sure of your being really come, but we get back to our own tea. She went on, however, towards Trafalgar House and took possession of the drawing-room very quietly, without seeming to hear a word of Mrs. P.'s orders to the servant as they entered, to bring tea directly. Charlotte was fully consoled for the loss of her walk, by finding herself in company with those whom the conversation of the morning had given her a great curiosity to see. She observed them well. Lady D was of middle height, stout, upright and alert in her motions, with a shrewd eye, and self-satisfied air, but not an unagreeable countenance, and though her manner was rather downright and abrupt, as of a person who valued herself on being free-spoken, there was a good humor and cordiality about her, a civility and readiness to be acquainted with Charlotte herself, and a heartiness of welcome towards her old friends, which was inspiring the goodwill she seemed to feel. And as for Miss Brereton, her appearance so completely justified Mr. P.'s praise that Charlotte thought she had never beheld a more lovely, or more interesting young woman. Elegantly tall, regularly handsome, with great delicacy of complexion and soft blue eyes, a sweetly modest and yet naturally graceful address. Charlotte could see in her only the most perfect representation of whatever heroine might be most beautiful and bewitching, in all the numerous volets they had left behind them on Mrs. Whitby's shelves. Perhaps it might be partly owing to her having just issued from a circulating library, but she did not separate the idea of a complete heroine from Clara Brereton. Her situation with Lady Denham so very much in favour of it, she seemed placed with her on purpose to be ill-used. Such poverty and dependence joined to such beauty and merit, seemed to leave no choice in the business. These feelings were not the result of any spirit of romance in Charlotte herself. No, she was a very sober-minded young lady, sufficiently well read in novels to supply her imagination with amusement, but not at all unreasonably influenced by them, and while she pleased herself the first 5 minutes with fancying the persecutions which ought to be the lot of the interesting Clara, especially in the form of the most barbarous conduct on Lady Denham's side, she found no reluctance to admit from subsequent observation that they appeared to be on very comfortable terms. She nothing worse in Lady Denham than the sort of old-fashioned formality of always calling her Miss Clara, nor anything objectionable in the degree of observance and attention which Clara paid. On one side it seemed protecting kindness, on the other grateful and affectionate respect. The conversation turned entirely upon Sanditon, its present number of visitants and the chances of a good season. It was evident that Lady D had more anxiety, more fears of loss, than her coadjutor. She wanted to have the place fill faster, and seemed to have many harassing apprehensions of the lodgings being in some instances underlaid. Miss Diana Parker's 2 large families were not forgotten. Very good, said her ladyship. A West India family and a school. That sounds well. That will bring money. No people spend more freely, I believe, than Indians, observed Mr. Parker. So I have heard, and because they have full purses, fancy themselves equal, maybe, to your old country families. But then, they who scatter their money so freely, never think of whether they may not be doing mischief by raising the price of things, and I have heard that's very much the case with your West Indians, and if they come among us to raise the price of our necessaries of life, we shall not much thank them. Mr. Parker. My dear madam, they can only raise the price of consumable articles, by such an extraordinary demand for them and such a diffusion of money among us, as must do us more good than harm. Our butchers and bakers and traders in general cannot get rich without bringing prosperity to us. If they do not gain, our rents must be insecure, and in proportion to their profit must be ours eventually in the increased value of our houses. Oh, well. But I should not like to have butcher's meat raised, though, and I shall keep it down as long as I can. That young lady smiles, I see. I dare say she thinks me an odd sort of a creature, but she will come to care about such matters herself in time. Yes, my dear, depend upon it, you will be thinking of the price of butcher's meat in time, though you may not happen to have quite such a servant's hall full to feed, as I have. And I do believe those are best off, that have fewest servants. I am not a woman of parade, as all the world knows, and if it was not for what I owe to poor Mr. Hollis's memory, I should never keep up Sanditon House as I do. It is not for my own pleasure. Well, Mr. Parker, and the other is a boarding school, a French boarding school, is it? No harm in that. They'll stay there 6 weeks. And out of such a number, who knows but some may be consumptive and want ass's milk, and I have 2 milch asses at this present time. But perhaps the little misses may hurt the furniture. I hope they will have a good sharp governess to look after them. Poor Mr. Parker got no more credit from Lady D than he had from his sisters, for the object which had taken him to Willingden. Lord, my dear sir, she cried, how could you think of such a thing? I am very sorry you met with your accident, but upon my word you deserved it. Going after a doctor, why, what should we do with a doctor here? It would be only encouraging our servants and the poor to fancy themselves ill, if there was a doctor at hand. Oh! Pray, let us have none of the tribe at Sanditon. We go on very well as we are. There is the sea and the downs and my milch asses, and I have told Mrs. Whitby that if anybody enquires for a chamber house, they may be supplied at a fair rate. Poor Mr. Hollis's chamber house, as good as new, and what can people want for more? Here have I lived 70 good years in the world and never took physic above twice, and never saw the face of a doctor in all my life, on my own account. And I verily believe if my poor dear Sir Harry had never seen one neither, he would have been alive now. 10 fees. One after another, did the man take who sent him out of the world. I beseech you, Mr. Parker, no doctors here. The tea things were brought in. Oh, my dear Mrs. Parker, you should not indeed, why would you do so? I was just upon the point of wishing you good evening. But since you are so very neighborly, I believe Miss Clara and I must stay. Chapter 7. The popularity of the Parkers brought them some visitors the very next morning, amongst them, Sir Ed Denham and his sister, who having been at Sanditon drove on to pay their compliments, and the duty of letter writing being accomplished, Charlotte was settled with Mrs. P. in the drawing-room in time to see them all. The Denhams were the only ones to excite particular attention. Charlotte was glad to complete her knowledge of the family by an introduction to them, and found them, the better half at least, for while single, the gentleman may sometimes be thought the better half, of the pair, not unworthy notice. Miss D was a fine young woman, but cold and reserved, giving the idea of one who felt her consequence with pride and her poverty with discontent, and who was immediately gnawed by the want of an handsomer equipage than the simple gig in which they travelled, and which their groom was leading about still in her sight. Sir Ed was much her superior in air and manner, certainly handsome, but yet more to be remarked for his very good address and wish of paying attention and giving pleasure. He came into the room remarkably well, talked much, and very much to Charlotte, by whom he chanced to be placed, and she soon perceived that he had a fine countenance, a most pleasing gentleness of voice, and a great deal of conversation. She liked him. Sober-minded as she was, she thought him agreeable, and did not quarrel with the suspicion of his finding her equally so, which would arise from his evidently disregarding his sister's motion to go, and persisting in his station and his discourse. I make no apologies for my heroine's vanity. If there are young ladies in the world at her time of life, more dull of fancy and more careless of pleasing, I know them not, and never wish to know them. At last, from the low French windows of the drawing-room which commanded the road and all the paths across the down, Charlotte and Sir Ed, as they sat, could not but observe Lady D and Miss B walking by, and there was instantly a slight change in Sir Ed's countenance, with an anxious glance after them as they proceeded, followed by an early proposal to his sister, not merely for moving, but for walking on together to the terrace, which altogether gave an hasty turn to Charlotte's fancy, cured her of her half-hour's fever, and placed her in a more capable state of judging, when Sir Ed was gone, of how agreeable he had actually been. Perhaps there was a good deal in his air and address, and his title did him no harm. She was very soon in his company again. The first object of the Parkers, when their house was cleared of morning visitors, was to get out themselves. The terrace was the attraction to all. Everybody who walked must begin with the terrace, and there, seated on one of the two green benches by the gravel walk, they found the united Denham party, but though united in the gross, very distinctly divided again, the two superior ladies being at one end of the bench, and Sir Ed and Miss B at the other. Charlotte's first glance told her that Sir Ed's air was that of a lover. There could be no doubt of his devotion to Clara. How Clara received it was less obvious, but she was inclined to think not very favourably, for though sitting thus apart with him, which probably she might not have been able to prevent, her air was calm and grave. That the young lady at the other end of the bench was doing penance, was indubitable. The difference in Miss Denham's countenance, the change from Miss Denham sitting in cold grandeur in Mrs. Parker's drawing-room to be kept from silence by the efforts of others, to Miss D at Lady D's elbow, listening and talking with smiling attention or solicitous eagerness, was very striking, and very amusing, or very melancholy, just as satire or morality might prevail. Miss Denham's character was pretty well decided with Charlotte. Sir Edward's required longer observation. He surprised her by quitting Clara immediately on their all joining and agreeing to walk, and by addressing his attentions entirely to herself. Stationing himself close by her, he seemed to mean to detach her as much as possible from the rest of the party and to give her the whole of his conversation. He began, in a tone of great taste and feeling, to talk of the sea and the seashore, and ran with energy through all the usual phrases employed in praise of their sublimity, and descriptive of the undescribable emotions they excite in the mind of sensibility. The terrific grandeur of the ocean in a storm, its glassy surface in a calm, its gulls and its samphire, and the deep fathoms of its abysses, its quick vicissitudes, its direful deceptions, its mariners tempting it in sunshine and overwhelmed by the sudden tempest, all were eagerly and fluently touched, rather commonplace perhaps, but doing very well from the lips of a handsome Sir Edward, and she did not but think him a man of feeling, till he began to stagger her by the number of his quotations, and the bewilderment of some of his sentences. "Do you remember," said he, "Scott's beautiful lines on the sea? Oh, what a description they convey! They are never out of my thoughts when I walk here. That man who can read them unmoved must have the nerves of an assassin. Heaven defend me from meeting such a man unarmed." "What description do you mean?" said Charlotte. "I remember none at this moment, of the sea, in either of Scott's poems." "Do not you indeed? Nor can I exactly recall the beginning at this moment, but you cannot have forgotten his description of women. Oh, women in our hours of ease, delicious. Delicious. Had he written nothing more, he would have been immortal. And then again, that unequaled, unrivaled address to parental affection. Some feelings are to mortals given with less of earth in them than heaven and sea. But while we are on the subject of poetry, what think you, Miss H., of Burns' lines to his Mary? Oh, there is pathos to madden one. If ever there was a man who felt, it was Burns. Montgomery has all the fire of poetry, Wordsworth has the true soul of it. Campbell in his Pleasures of Hope has touched the extreme of our sensations, like angels' visits, few and far between. Can you conceive anything more subduing, more melting, more fraught with the deep sublime than that line? But Burns, I confess my sense of his preeminence, Miss H. If Scott has a fault, it is the want of passion. Tender, elegant, descriptive, but tame. The man who cannot do justice to the attributes of women is my contempt. Sometimes indeed a flash of feeling seems to irradiate him, as in the lines we were speaking of. Oh, women in our hours of ease. But Burns is always on fire. His soul was the altar in which lovely women sat enshrined. His spirit truly breathed the immortal incense which is her due. I have read several of Burns' poems with great delight, said Charlotte as soon as she had time to speak. But I am not poetic enough to separate a man's poetry entirely from his character, and poor Burns's known irregularities greatly interrupt my enjoyment of his lines. I have difficulty in depending on the truth of his feelings as a lover. I have not faith in the sincerity of the affections of a man of his description. He felt and he wrote and he forgot. Oh, no, no, exclaimed Sir Ed, in an ecstasy. He was all ardor and truth. His genius and his susceptibilities might lead him into some aberrations. But who is perfect? It were hypercriticism, it were pseudo-philosophy to expect from the soul of high-toned genius the grovellings of a common mind. The coruscations of talent, elicited by impassioned feeling in the breast of man, are perhaps incompatible with some of the prosaic decencies of life, nor can you, loveliest Miss Hayward, speaking with an air of deep sentiment, nor can any woman be a fair judge of what a man may be propelled to say, write or do, by the sovereign impulses of illimitable ardor. This was very fine, but if Charlotte understood it at all, not very moral, and being moreover by no means pleased with his extraordinary style of compliment, she gravely answered, "I really know nothing of the matter. This is a charming day. The wind I fancy must be southerly." Happy, happy wind! To engage Miss Hayward's thoughts, she began to think him downright silly. His choosing to walk with her, she had learned to understand. It was done to pique Miss Brereton. She had read it, in an anxious glance or two on his side, but why he should talk so much nonsense, unless he could do no better, was unintelligible. He seemed very sentimental, very full of some feelings or other, and very much addicted to all the newest fashioned hard words, had not a very clear brain she presumed, and talked a good deal by rote. The future might explain him further, but when there was a proposition for going into the library she felt that she had had quite enough of Sir Ed, for one morning, and very gladly accepted Lady D.'s invitation of remaining on the terrace with her. The others all left them, Sir Ed, with looks of very gallant despair in tearing himself away, and they united their agreeableness, that is, Lady Denham, like a true great lady, talked and talked only of her own concerns, and Charlotte listened, amused in considering the contrast between her two companions. Certainly, there was no strain of doubtful sentiment, nor any phrase of difficult interpretation in Lady D.'s discourse. Taking hold of Charlotte's arm with the ease of one who felt that any notice from her was an honor, and communicative, from the influence of the same conscious importance or a natural love of talking, she immediately said in a tone of great satisfaction, and with a look of arch sagacity, "Miss Esther wants me to invite her and her brother to spend a week with me at Sanditon House, as I did last summer, but I shan't. She has been trying to get round me every way, with her praise of this, and her praise of that, but I saw what she was about. I saw through it all. I am not very easily taken in, my dear." Charlotte C.D. think of nothing more harmless to be said, than the simple enquiry of Sir Edward and Miss Denham. "Yes, my dear. My young folks, as I call them sometimes, for I take them very much by the hand. I had them with me last summer about this time, for a week, from Monday to Monday, and very delighted and thankful they were. For they are very good young people, my dear. I would not have you think that I only notice them, for poor dear Sir Harry's sake. No, no, they are very deserving themselves, or trust me, they would not be so much in my company. I am not the woman to help anybody blindfold. I always take care to know what I am about and who I have to deal with, before I stir a finger. I do not think I was ever overreached in my life, and that is a good deal for a woman to say that has been married twice. Poor dear Sir Harry, between ourselves, thought at first to have got more. But, with a bit of a sigh, he is gone, and we must not find fault with the dead. Nobody could live happier together than us, and he was a very honourable man, quite the gentleman of ancient family. And when he died, I gave Sir Ed his gold watch. She said this with a look at her companion which implied its right to produce a great impression, and seeing no rapturous astonishment in Charlotte's countenance, added quickly, "He did not bequeath it to his nephew, my dear, it was no bequest. It was not in the will. He only told me, and that but once, that he should wish his nephew to have his watch, but it need not have been binding, if I had not chose it. Very kind indeed, very handsome," said Charlotte, absolutely forced to affect admiration. "Yes, my dear, and it is not the only kind thing I have done by him. I have been a very liberal friend to Sir Ed. And poor young man, he needs it bad enough, for though I am only the dowager, my dear, and he is the heir, things do not stand between us in the way they commonly do between those two parties. Not a shilling do I receive from the Denham estate. Sir Ed has no payments to make me. He don't stand uppermost, believe me. It is I that help him. Indeed, he is a very fine young man, particularly elegant in his address." This was said chiefly for the sake of saying something, but Charlotte directly saw that it was laying her open to suspicion by Lady D.'s giving a shrewd glance at her and replying, "Yes, yes, he is very well to look at, and it is to be hoped some lady of large fortune will think so, for Sir Ed must marry for money. He and I often talk that matter over. A handsome young fellow like him will go smirking and smiling about and paying girls compliments, but he knows he must marry for money. And Sir Ed is a very steady young man in the main, and has got very good notions." "Sir Ed Denham," said Charlotte, "with such personal advantages may be almost sure of getting a woman of fortune, if he chooses it." This glorious sentiment seemed quite to remove suspicion. "Ay, my dear, that's very sensibly said," cried Lady D, "and if we see D but get a young heiress to S. But heiresses are monstrous scarce. I do not think we have had an heiress here, or even a since Sanditon has been a public place. Families come after families, but as far as I can learn, it is not 1 in 100 of them that have any real property, landed or funded. An income perhaps, but no property. Clergymen may be, or lawyers from town, or half-pay officers, or widows with only a jointure. And what good can such people do anybody, except just as they take our empty houses, and, between ourselves, I think they are great fools for not staying at home. Now, if we could get a young heiress to be sent here for her health, and if she was ordered to drink ass's milk I could supply her, and as soon as she got well, have her fall in love with Sir Edward. That would be very fortunate indeed. And Miss Esther must marry somebody of fortune too. She must get a rich husband. Ah! Young ladies that have no money are very much to be pitied, but, after a short pause, if Miss Esther thinks to talk me into inviting them to come and stay at Sanditon House, she will find herself mistaken. Matters are altered with me since last summer, you know. I have Miss Clara with me now, which makes a great difference. She spoke this so seriously that Charlotte instantly saw in it the evidence of real penetration and prepared for some fuller remarks, but it was followed only by, "I have no fancy for having my house as full as an hotel. I should not choose to have my 2 housemaids' time taken up all the morning in dusting out bedrooms. They have Miss Clara's room to put to rights as well as my own every day. If they had hard places, they would want higher wages. For objections of this nature, Charlotte was not prepared, and she found it so impossible even to affect sympathy, that she could say nothing. Lady D soon added, with great glee, "And besides all this, my dear, am I to be filling my house to the prejudice of Sanditon? If people want to be by the sea, why don't they take lodgings? Here are a great many empty houses, 3 on this very terrace, no fewer than 3 lodging papers staring me in the face at this very moment, numbers 3, 4 and 8. 8. The corner house may be too large for them, but either of the 2 others are nice little snug houses, very fit for a young gentleman and his sister, and so, my dear, the next time Miss Esther begins talking about the dampness of Denham Park and the good bathing always does her, I shall advise them to come and take one of these lodgings for a fortnight. Don't you think that will be very fair? Charity begins at home, you know." Charlotte's feelings were divided between amusement and indignation, but indignation had the larger and the increasing share. She kept her countenance and she kept a civil silence. She could not carry her forbearance farther, but without attempting to listen longer, and only conscious that Lady D was still talking on in the same way, allowed her thoughts to form themselves into such a meditation as this. She is thoroughly mean. I had not expected anything so bad. Mr. P spoke too mildly of her. His judgment is evidently not to be trusted. His own good nature misleads him. He is too kind-hearted to see clearly. I must judge for myself. And their very connection prejudices him. He has persuaded her to engage in the same speculation, and because their object in that line is the same, he fancies she feels like him in others. But she is very, very mean. I can see no good in her. Poor Miss Brereton, and she makes everybody mean about her. This poor Sir Edward and his sister, how far nature meant them to be respectable I cannot tell, but they are obliged to be mean in their servility to her. And I am mean too, in giving her my attention, with the appearance of coinciding with her. Thus it is, when rich people are sordid. Chapter 8. The 2 ladies continued walking together till rejoined by the others, who as they issued from the library were followed by a young Whitby running off with 5 vols under his arm to Sir Edward's gig, and Sir Ed, approaching Charlotte, said you may perceive what has been our occupation. My sister wanted my counsel in the selection of some books. We have many leisure hours, and read a great deal. I am no indiscriminate novel reader. The mere trash of the common circulating library, I hold in the highest contempt. You will never hear me advocating those puerile emanations which detail nothing but discordant principles incapable of amalgamation, or those vapid tissues of ordinary occurrences from which no useful deductions can be drawn. In vain may we put them into a literary alembic, we distill nothing which can add to science. You understand me, I am sure. I am not quite certain that I do. But if you will describe the sort of novels which you do approve, I dare say it will give me a clearer idea. Most willingly, fair questioner. The novels which I approve are such as display human nature with grandeur, such as show her in the sublimities of intense feeling, such as exhibit the progress of strong passion from the first germ of incipient susceptibility to the utmost energies of reason half dethroned, where we see the strong spark of woman's captivations elicit such fire in the soul of man as leads him, though at the risk of some aberration from the strict line of primitive obligations, to hazard all, dare all, achieve all, to obtain her. Such are the works which I peruse with delight, and I hope I may say, with amelioration. They hold forth the most splendid portraitures of high conceptions, unbounded vice, illimitable ardor, indomitable decision, and even when the event is mainly antiprosperous to the high-toned machinations of the prime character, the potent, pervading hero of the story, it leaves us full of generous emotions for him, our hearts are paralyzed. 'Twere pseudo-philosophy to assert that we do not feel more enwrapped by the brilliancy of his career, than by the tranquil and morbid virtues of any opposing character. Our approbation of the latter is but eleemosynary. These are the novels which enlarge the primitive capabilities of the heart, and which it cannot impugn the sense or be any dereliction of the character, of the most antipuerile man, to be conversant with. If I understand you aright, said Charlotte, our taste in novels is not at all the same. And here they were obliged to part, Miss D being too much tired of them all, to stay any longer. The truth was that Sir Ed, whom circumstances had confined very much to one spot, had read more sentimental novels than agreed with him. His fancy had been early caught by all the impassioned, and most exceptionable parts of Richardson's, and such authors as have since appeared to tread in Richardson's steps, so far as man's determined pursuit of woman in defiance of every opposition of feeling and convenience is concerned, had since occupied the greater part of his literary hours, and formed his character. With a perversity of judgment, which must be attributed to his not having by nature a very strong head, the graces, the spirit, the sagacity, and the perseverance, of the villain of the story outweighed all his absurdities and all his atrocities with Sir Edward. With him, such conduct was genius, fire and feeling. It interested and inflamed him, and he was always more anxious for its success and mourned over its discomfitures with more tenderness than CD ever have been contemplated by the authors. Though he owed many of his ideas to this sort of reading, It were unjust to say that he read nothing else, or that his language were not formed on a more general knowledge of modern literature. He read all the essays, letters, tours and criticisms of the day, and with the same ill luck which made him derive only false principles from lessons of morality, and incentives to vice from the history of its overthrow, he gathered only hard words and involved sentences from the style of our most approved writers. Sir Ed's great object in life was to be seductive. With such personal advantages as he knew himself to possess, and such talents as he did also give himself credit for, he regarded it as his duty. He felt that he was formed to be a dangerous man, quite in the line of the Lovelaces. The very name of Sir Edward, he thought, carried some degree of fascination with it. To be generally gallant and assiduous about the fair, to make fine speeches to every pretty girl, was but the inferior part of the character he had to play. Miss Hayward, or any other young woman with any pretensions to beauty, he was entitled, according to his own vise of society, to approach with high compliment and rhapsody on the slightest acquaintance, but it was Clara alone on whom he had serious designs. It was Clara whom he meant to seduce. Her seduction was quite determined on. Her situation in every way called for it. She was his rival in Lady D.'s favour. She was young, lovely and dependent. He had very early seen the necessity of the case, and had now been long trying with cautious assiduity to make an impression on her heart, and to undermine her principles. Clara saw through him, and had not the least intention of being seduced, but she bore with him patiently enough to confirm the sort of attachment which her personal charms had raised. A greater degree of discouragement indeed would not have affected Sir Ed. He was armed against the highest pitch of disdain or aversion. If she could not be won by affection, he must carry her off. He knew his business. Already had he had many musings on the subject. If he were constrained so to act, he must naturally wish to strike out something new, to exceed those who had gone before him, and he felt a strong curiosity to ascertain whether the neighborhood of Timbuktu might not afford some solitary house adapted for Clara's reception, but the expense, alas, of measures in that masterly style was ill-suited to his purse, and prudence obliged him to prefer the quietest sort of ruin and disgrace for the object of his affections, to the more renowned. Chapter 9. One day, soon after Charlotte's arrival at Sunderton, she had the pleasure of seeing, just as she ascended from the sands to the terrace, a gentleman's carriage with post-horses standing at the door of the hotel, as very lately arrived, and by the quantity of luggage taking off, bringing, it might be hoped, some respectable family determined on a long residence. Delighted to have such good news for Mr. and Mrs. P., who had both gone home some time before, she proceeded for Trafalgar House with as much alacrity as could remain, after having been contending for the last 2 hours with a very fine wind blowing directly on shore. But she had not reached the little lawn, when she saw a lady walking nimbly behind her at no great distance, and convinced that it could be no acquaintance of her own, she resolved to hurry on and get into the house if possible before her. But the stranger's pace did not allow this to be accomplished. Charlotte was on the steps and had rung, but the door was not opened. When the other crossed the lawn, and when the servant appeared, they were just equally ready for entering the house. The ease of the lady, her "How do you do, Morgan?" and Morgan's looks on seeing her, were a moment's astonishment. But another moment brought Mr. P. into the hall to welcome the sister he had seen from the drawing-room, and she was soon introduced to Miss Diana Parker. There was a great deal of surprise but still more pleasure in seeing her. Nothing could be kinder than her reception from both husband and wife. How did she come? And with whom? And they were so glad to find her equal to the journey, and that she was to belong to them, was a thing of course. Miss Diana P. was about 34, of middling height and slender, delicate-looking rather than sickly, with an agreeable face, and a very animated eye, her manners resembling her brother's in their ease and frankness, though with more decision and less mildness in her tone. She began an account of herself without delay. Thanking them for their invitation, but that was quite out of the question, for they were all three come, and meant to get into lodgings and make some stay. All three come, what? Susan and Arthur. Susan able to come too. This was better and better. Yes, we are actually all come. Quite unavoidable. Nothing else to be done. You shall hear all about it. But my dear Mary, send for the children, I long to see them. And how has Susan borne the journey, and how is Arthur, and why do not we see him here with you? Susan has borne it wonderfully. She had not a wink of sleep either the night before we set out, or last night at Chichester, and as this is not so common with her as with me, I have had 1,000 fears for her, but she has kept up wonderfully. Had no hysterics of consequence till we came within sight of poor old Sanditon, and the attack was not very violent, nearly over by the time we reached your hotel, so that we got her out of the carriage extremely well, with only Mr. Woodcock's assistance, and when I left her she was directing the disposal of the luggage, and helping old Sam uncord the trunks. She desired her best love, with 1,000 regrets at being so poor a creature that she could not come with me. And as for poor Arthur, he would not have been unwilling himself, but there is so much wind that I did not think he could safely venture, for I am sure there is lumbago hanging about him, and so I helped him on with his great coat and sent him off to the terrace, to take us lodgings. Miss Hayward must have seen our carriage standing at the hotel. I knew Miss Hayward the moment I saw her before me on the down. My dear Tom, I am glad to see you walk so well. Let me feel your ankle. That's right, all right and clean. The play of your sinews are very little affected, barely perceptible. Well, now for the explanation of my being here. I told you in my letter, of the two considerable families I was hoping to secure for you, the West Indians, and the seminary. Here Mr. P. drew his chair still nearer to his sister, and took her hand again most affectionately as he answered, yes, yes, how active and how kind you have been. The West Indians, she continued, whom I look upon as the most desirable of the two, as the best of the good, proved to be a Mrs. Griffiths and her family. I know them only through others. You must have heard me mention Miss Capper, the particular friend of my very particular friend Fanny Noyce. Now, Miss Capper is extremely intimate with a Mrs. Darling, who is on terms of constant correspondence with Mrs. Griffiths herself. Only a short chain, you see, between us, and not a link wanting. Mrs. G meant to go to the sea, for her young people's benefit, had fixed on the coast of Sussex, but was undecided as to the where, wanted something private, and wrote to ask the opinion of her friend Mrs. Darling. Miss Capper happened to be staying with Mrs. D when Mrs. G's letter arrived, and was consulted on the question. She wrote the same day to Fanny Noyce and mentioned it to her, and Fanny, all alive for us, instantly took up her pen and forwarded the circumstance to me, except as to names, which have but lately transpired. There was but one thing for me to do. I answered Fanny's letter by the same post and pressed for the recommendation of Sunderton. Fanny had feared your having no house large enough to receive such a family. But I seem to be spinning out my story to an endless length. You see how it was all managed. I had the pleasure of hearing soon afterwards by the same simple link of connection that Sunderton had been recommended by Mrs. Darling, and that the West Indians were very much disposed to go thither. This was the state of the case when I wrote to you, but 2 days ago, yes, the day before yesterday, I heard again from Fanny Noyce, saying that she had heard from Miss Capper, who by a letter from Mrs. Darling understood that Mrs. G. has expressed herself in a letter to Mrs. D. more doubtingly on the subject of Sunderton. Am I clear? I would be anything rather than not clear. Oh, perfectly, perfectly. Well, the reason of this hesitation was her having no connections in the place, and no means of ascertaining that she should have good accommodations on arriving there, and she was particularly careful and scrupulous on all those matters more on account of a certain Miss Lamb, a young lady, probably a niece, under her care, than on her own account or her daughter's. Miss Lamb has an immense fortune, richer than all the rest, and very delicate health. One sees clearly enough by all this, the sort of woman Mrs. G must be, as helpless and indolent, as wealth and a hot climate are apt to make us. But we are not all born to equal energy. What was to be done? I had a few moments' indecision, whether to offer to write to you, or to Mrs. Whitby to secure them a house, but neither pleased me. I hate to employ others, when I am equal to act myself, and my conscience told me that this was an occasion which called for me. Here was a family of helpless invalids whom I might essentially serve. I sounded Susan. The same thought had occurred to her. Arthur made no difficulties. Our plan was arranged immediately. We were off yesterday morning at 6, left Chichester at the same hour today, and here we are. Excellent, excellent, cried Mr. Parker. Diana, you are unequalled in serving your friends and doing good to all the world. I know nobody like you. Mary, my love, is not she a wonderful creature? Well, and now, what house do you design to engage for them? What is the size of their family? I do not at all know, replied his sister, have not the least idea, never heard any particulars, but I am very sure that the largest house at Sanditon cannot be too large. They are more likely to want a second. I shall take only one however, and that, but for a week certain. Miss Hayward, I astonish you. You hardly know what to make of me. I see by your looks that you are not used to such quick measures. The words unaccountable officiousness, activity run mad, had just passed through Charlotte's mind, but a civil answer was easy. I dare say I do look surprised, said she, because these are very great exertions, and I know what invalids both you and your sister are. Invalids indeed. I trust there are not 3 people in England who have so sad a right to that appellation, but my dear Miss Hayward, we are sent into this world to be as extensively useful as possible, and where some degree of strength of mind is given, it is not a feeble body which will excuse us, or incline us to excuse ourselves. The world is pretty much divided between the weak of mind and the strong, between those who can act and those who cannot, and it is the bounden duty of the capable to let no opportunity of being useful escape them. My sister's complaints and mine are happily not often of a nature to threaten existence immediately, and as long as we can exert ourselves to be of use of others, I am convinced that the body is the better, for the refreshment the mind receives in doing its duty. While I have been travelling, with this object in view, I have been perfectly well. The entrance of the children ended this little panegyric on her own disposition, and after having noticed and caressed them all, she prepared to go. Cannot you dine with us? Is not it possible to prevail on you to dine with us? Was then the cry, and that being absolutely negatived, it was and when shall we see you again, and how can we be of use to you? And Mr. P. warmly offered his assistance in taking the house for Mrs. G. I will come to you the moment I have dined, said he, and we will go about together. But this was immediately declined. No, my dear Tom, upon no account in the world shall you stir a step on any business of mine. Your ankle wants rest. I see by the position of your foot that you have used it too much already. No, I shall go about my house taking directly. Our dinner is not ordered till 6, and by that time I hope to have completed it. It is now only 4:30. As to seeing me again today, I cannot answer for it. The others will be at the hotel all the evening, and delighted to see you at any time. But as soon as I get back I shall hear what Arthur has done about our own lodgings, and probably the moment dinner is over, shall be out again on business relative to them, for we hope to get into some lodgings or other and be settled after breakfast tomorrow. I have not much confidence in poor Arthur's skill for lodging taking, but he seemed to like the commission. I think you are doing too much, said Mr. P. You will knock yourself up. You should not move again after dinner. No, indeed you should not, cried his wife, for dinner is such a mere name with you all, that it can do you no good. I know what your appetites are. My appetite is very much mended, I assure you, lately. I have been taking some bitters of my own decocting, which have done wonders. Susan never eats, I grant you, and just at present I shall want nothing. I never eat for about a week after a journey, but as for Arthur, he is only too much disposed for food. We are often obliged to check him. But you have not told me anything of the other family coming to Sanditon, said Mr. P as he walked with her to the door of the house. The Camberwell Seminary, have we a good chance of them? Oh, certain, quite certain. I had forgotten them for the moment, but I had a letter 3 days ago from my friend Mrs. Charles Dupuis which assured me of Camberwell. Camberwell will be here to a certainty, and very soon. That good woman, I do not know her name, not being so wealthy and independent as Mrs. G. Can travel and choose for herself. I will tell you how I got at her. Mrs. Charles Dupuis lives almost next door to a lady, who has a relation lately settled at Clapham, who actually attends the seminary and gives lessons on eloquence and belles lettres to some of the girls. I got that man a hair from one of Sidney's friends, and he recommended Sanditon, without my appearing however. Mrs. Charles Dupuis managed it all. Chapter 10. It was not a week since Miss Diana Parker had been told by her feelings that the CAWD, probably in her present state, be the death of her, and now she was at Sanditon, intending to make some stay, and without appearing to have the slightest recollection of having written or felt any such thing. It was impossible for Charlotte not to suspect a good deal of fancy in such an extraordinary state of health. Disorders and recoveries so very much out of the common way, seemed more like the amusement of eager minds in want of employment than of actual afflictions and relief. The Parkers were no doubt a family of imagination and quick feelings, and while the eldest brother found vent for his superfluity of sensation as a projector, the sisters were perhaps driven to dissipate theirs in the invention of odd complaints. The whole of their mental vivacity was evidently not so employed. Part was laid out in a zeal for being useful. It should seem that they must either be very busy for the good of others, or else extremely ill themselves. Some natural delicacy of constitution, in fact, with an unfortunate turn for medicine, especially quack medicine, had given them an early tendency at various times to various disorders. The rest of their sufferings was from fancy, the love of distinction and the love of the wonderful. They had charitable hearts and many amiable feelings, but a spirit of restless activity, and the glory of doing more than anybody else, had their share in every exertion of benevolence, and there was vanity in all they did, as well as in all they endured. Mr. and Mrs. P spent a great part of the evening at the hotel, but Charlotte had only 2 or 3 vis of Miss Diana posting over the down after a house for this lady whom she had never seen, and who had never employed her. She was not made acquainted with the others till the following day, when, being removed into lodgings and all the party continuing quite well, their brother and sister and herself were entreated to drink tea with them. They were in one of the terrace houses, and she found them arranged for the evening in a small neat drawing room, with a beautiful view of the sea if they had chosen it. But though it had been a very fair English summer day, not only was there no open window, but the sofa and the table, and The establishment in general was all at the other end of the room by a brisk fire. Miss P, whom, remembering the 3 teeth drawn in one day, Charlotte approached with a peculiar degree of respectful compassion, was not very unlike her sister in person or manner, though more thin and worn by illness and medicine, more relaxed in air, and more subdued in voice. She talked, however, the whole evening as incessantly as Diana, and excepting that she sat with salts in her hand, took drops 2 or 3 times from one, out of the several phials already at home on the mantelpiece, and made a great many odd faces and contortions. Charlotte could perceive no symptoms of illness which she, in the boldness of her own good health, would not have undertaken to cure, by putting out the fire, opening the window, and disposing of the drops and the salts by means of one or the other. She had had considerable curiosity to see Mr. Arthur Parker, and having fancied him a very puny, delicate-looking young man, the smallest very materially of not a robust family, was astonished to find him quite as tall as his brother and a great deal stouter, broad-made and lusty, and with no other look of an invalid than a sodden complexion. Diana was evidently the chief of the family, principal mover and actor. She had been on her feet the whole morning, on Mrs. G.'s business or their own, and was still the most alert of the 3. Susan had only superintended their final removal from the hotel, bringing 2 heavy boxes herself, and Arthur had found the air so cold that he had merely walked from one house to the other as nimbly as he could, and boasted much of sitting by the fire till he had cooked up a very good one. Diana, whose exercise had been too domestic to admit of calculation, but who, by her own account, had not once sat down during the space of 7 hours, confessed herself a little tired. She had been too successful, however, for much fatigue, for not only had she by walking and talking down 1,000 difficulties at last secured a proper house at 8 per week for Mrs. G. She had also opened so many treaties with cooks, housemaids, washerwomen and bathing women, that Mrs. G. would have little more to do on her arrival, than to wave her hand and collect them around her for choice. Her concluding effort in the cause had been a few polite lines of information to Mrs. G. herself, time not allowing for the circuitous train of intelligence which had been hitherto kept up, and she was now regaling in the delight of opening the first trenches of an acquaintance with such a powerful discharge of unexpected obligation. Mr. and Mrs. P. and Charlotte had seen 2 post-chaises crossing the down to the hotel as they were setting off, a joyful sight, and full of speculation. The Miss P.S. and Arthur had also seen something. They could distinguish from their window that there was an arrival at the hotel, but not its amount. Their visitors answered for 2 hack chaises. Could it be the Camberwell Seminary? No, no. Had there been a 3D carriage? Perhaps it might. But it was very generally agreed that 2 hack chaises could never contain a seminary. Mr. P. was confident of another new family. When they were all finally seated, after some removals to look at the sea and the hotel, Charlotte's place was by Arthur, who was sitting next to the fire with a degree of enjoyment which gave a good deal of merit to his civility in wishing her to take his chair. There was nothing dubious in her manner of declining it, and he sat down again with much satisfaction. She drew back her chair to have all the advantage of his person as a screen, and was very thankful for every inch of back and shoulders beyond her preconceived idea. Arthur was heavy in eye as well as figure, but by no means indisposed to talk, and while the other four were chiefly engaged together, he evidently felt it no penance to have a fine young woman next to him, requiring in common politeness some attention, as his B.R., who felt the decided want of some motive for action, some powerful object of animation for him, observed with considerable pleasure. Such was the influence of youth and bloom that he began even to make a sort of apology for having a fire. "We should not have one at home," said he, "but the sea air is always damp." "I am not afraid of anything so much as damp. I am so fortunate," said C, "as never to know whether the air is damp or dry. It has always some property that is wholesome and invigorating to me. I like the air too, as well as anybody can," replied Arthur. "I am very fond of standing at an open window when there is no wind, but unluckily a damp air does not like me. It gives me the rheumatism. You are not rheumatic, I suppose?" "Not at all." "That's a great blessing. But perhaps you are nervous?" "No, I believe not. I have no idea that I am. I am very nervous. To say the truth, nerves are the worst part of my complaints in my opinion. My sisters think me bilious, but I doubt it. You are quite in the right to doubt it as long as you possibly can, I am sure. If I were bilious," he continued, "you know wine would disagree with me, but it always does me good. The more wine I drink, in moderation, the better I am. I am always best of an evening. If you had seen me today before dinner, you would have thought me a very poor creature. Charlotte could believe it. She kept her countenance, however, and said, "As far as I can understand what nervous complaints are, I have a great idea of the efficacy of air and exercise for them, daily, regular exercise, and I should recommend rather more of it to you than I suspect you are in the habit of taking." "Oh, I am very fond of exercise myself," he replied, "and mean to walk a great deal while I am here, if the weather is temperate. I shall be out every morning before breakfast, and take several turns upon the terrace, and you will often see me at Trafalgar House." "But you do not call a walk to much exercise?" "Not, as to mere distance, but the hill is so steep, walking up that hill, in the middle of the day, would throw me into such a perspiration, you would see me all in a bath by the time I got there. I am very subject to perspiration, and there cannot be a surer sign of nervousness. They were now advancing so deep in physics, that Charlotte weighed the entrance of the servant with the tea things as a very fortunate interruption. It produced a great and immediate change. The young man's attentions were instantly lost. He took his own cocoa from the tray, which seemed provided with almost as many teapots and tea as there were persons in company, Miss P drinking one sort of herb tea and Miss Diana another, and turning completely to the fire, sat coddling and cooking it to his own satisfaction and toasting some slices of bread, brought up ready prepared in the toast rack, until it was all done. She heard nothing of his voice but the murmuring of a few broken sentences of self-approbation and success. When his toils were over, however, he moved back his chair into as gallant a line as ever, and proved that he had not been working only for himself, by his earnest invitation to her to take both cocoa and toast. She was already helped to tea, which surprised him, so totally self-engrossed had he been. "I thought I should have been in time," said he, "but cocoa takes a great deal of boiling." "I am much obliged to you," replied Charlotte, "but I prefer tea." "Then I will help myself," said he. "A large dish of rather weak cocoa every evening agrees with me better than anything." It struck her, however, as he poured out this rather weak cocoa, that it came forth in a very fine, dark-colored stream, and at the same moment, his sisters both crying out, "Oh, Arthur, you get your cocoa stronger and stronger every evening," with Arthur's somewhat conscious reply of "tea's rather stronger than it should be tonight," convinced her that Arthur was by no means so fond of being starved as they could desire, or as he felt proper himself. He was certainly very happy to turn the conversation on dry toast, and hear no more of his sisters. "I hope you will eat some of this toast," said he. "I reckon myself a very good toaster. I never burn my toasts, I never put them too near the fire at first, and yet, you see, there is not a corner but what is well browned. I hope you like dry toast, with a reasonable quantity of butter spread over it." "Very much," said Charlotte, "but not otherwise." "No more do I," said he, exceedingly pleased. "We think quite alike there. So far from dry toast being wholesome, I think it a very bad thing for the stomach. Without a little butter to soften it, it hurts the coats of the stomach." "I am sure it does. I will have the pleasure of spreading some for you directly, and afterwards I will spread some for myself. Very bad indeed for the coats of the stomach, but there is no convincing some people. It irritates and acts like a nutmeg grater. He could not get the command of the butter, however, without a struggle, his sisters accusing him of eating a great deal too much, and declaring he was not to be trusted, and he maintaining that he only eat enough to secure the coats of his stomach, and, besides, he only wanted it now for Miss Hayward. Such a plea must prevail. He got the butter and spread away for her with an accuracy of judgment which at least delighted himself, but when her toast was done, and he took his own in hand, Charlotte could hardly contain herself as she saw him watching his sisters, while he scrupulously scraped off almost as much butter as he put on, and then seized an odd moment for adding a great dab just before it went into his mouth. Certainly, Mr. Arthur P.'s enjoyments in invalidism were very different from his sisters', by no means so spiritualized. A good deal of earthy dross hung about him. Charlotte could not but suspect him of adopting that line of life, principally for the indulgence of an indolent temper, and to be determined on having no disorders but such as called for warm rooms and good nourishment. In one particular, however, she soon found that he had caught something from them. "What," said he, "do you venture upon 2 dishes of strong green tea in one evening? What nerves you must have! How I envy you! Now, if I were to swallow only one such dish, what do you think its effect would be upon me?" "Keep you awake perhaps all night," replied Charlotte, meaning to overthrow his attempts at surprise by the grandeur of her own conceptions. "Oh, if that were all," he exclaimed. "No, it acts on me like poison and would entirely take away the use of my right side. Before I had swallowed it 5 minutes. It sounds almost incredible, but it has happened to me so often that I cannot doubt it. The use of my right side is entirely taken away for several hours." "It sounds rather odd, to be sure," answered Charlotte coolly, "but I dare say it would be proved to be the simplest thing in the world, by those who have studied right sides and green tea scientifically and thoroughly understand all the possibilities of their action on each other." Soon after tea, a letter was brought to Miss D.P. from the hotel. "From Mrs. Charles Dupuis," said she. "Some private hand." And having read a few lines, exclaimed aloud, "Well, this is very extraordinary indeed, that both should have the same name. To Mrs. Griffiths. This is a letter of recommendation and introduction to me, of the lady from Camberwell, and her name happens to be Griffiths too." A few lines more, however, and the color rushed into her cheeks, and with much perturbation she added, "The oddest thing that ever was, a Miss Lamb too, a young West Indian of large fortune. But it cannot be the same. Impossible that it should be the same." She read the letter aloud for comfort. It was merely to introduce the bearer, Mrs. G. from Camberwell, and the 3 young ladies under her care, to Miss D.P.'s notice. Mrs. G. being a stranger at Sunderton, was anxious for a respectable introduction, and Mrs. C. Dupuis therefore, at the instance of the intermediate friend, provided her with this letter, knowing that she could not do her dear Diana a greater kindness than by giving her the means of being useful. Mrs. G.'s chief solicitude would be for the accommodation and comfort of one of the young ladies under her care, a Miss Lamb, a young Indian of large fortune, in delicate health. It was very strange, very remarkable, very extraordinary, but they were all agreed in determining it to be impossible that there should not be 2 families, such a totally distinct set of people as were concerned in the reports of each made that matter quite certain. There must be 2 families. Impossible to be otherwise. Impossible and impossible, was repeated over and over again with great fervor. An accidental resemblance of names and circumstances, however striking at first, involved nothing really incredible, and so it was settled. Miss Diana herself derived an immediate advantage to counterbalance her perplexity. She must put her shawl over her shoulders, and be running about again. Tired as she was, she must instantly repair to the hotel, to investigate the truth and offer her services. Chapter 11. It would not do. Not all that the whole Parker race could say among themselves. Produce a happier catastrophe than that the family from Surrey and the family from Camberwell were one and the same. The rich West Indians and the young ladies' seminary had all entered Sanditon in those 2 hack chaises. The Mrs. G. who in her friend Mrs. Darling's hands had wavered as to coming and been unequal to the journey, was the very same Mrs. G. whose plans were at the same period, under another representation, perfectly decided, and who was without fears or difficulties. All that had the appearance of incongruity in the reports of the 2, might very fairly be placed to the account of the vanity, the ignorance, or the blunders of the many engaged in the cause by the vigilance and caution of Miss Diana P. Her intimate friends must be officious like herself, and the subject had supplied letters and extracts and messages enough to make everything appear what it was not. Miss D. probably felt a little awkward on being first obliged to admit her mistake. A long journey from Hampshire taken for nothing, a brother disappointed, an expensive house on her hands for a week, must have been some of her immediate reflections, and much worse than all the rest, must have been the sort of sensation of being less clear-sighted and infallible than she had believed herself. No part of it however seemed to trouble her long. There were so many to share in the shame and the blame, that probably when she had divided out their proper portions to Mrs. Darling, Miss Capper, Fanny Noyce, Mrs. C. Dupuis and Mrs. C.'s neighbour, there might be a mere trifle of reproach remaining for herself. At any rate, she was seen all the following morn walking about after lodgings with Mrs. G. As alert as ever. Mrs. G. was a very well-behaved, genteel kind of woman, who supported herself by receiving such great girls and young ladies as wanted either masters for finishing their education, or a home for beginning their displays. She had several more under her care than the 3 who were now come to Sanditon, but the others all happened to be absent. Of these 3, and indeed of all, Miss Lamb was beyond comparison the most important and precious, as she paid in proportion to her fortune. She was about 17, half mulatto, chilly and tender, had a maid of her own, was to have the best room in the lodgings, and was always of the first consequence in every plan of Mrs. G. The other girls, 2 Miss Beauforts, were just such young ladies as may be met with, in at least one family out of 3, throughout the kingdom. They had tolerable complexions, showy figures, an upright decided carriage and an assured look. They were very accomplished and very ignorant, their time being divided between such pursuits as might attract admiration, and those labors and expedients of dexterous ingenuity, by which they could dress in a style much beyond what they ought to have afforded. They were some of the first in every change of fashion, and the object of all was to captivate some man of much better fortune than their own. Mrs. G. had preferred a small, retired place, like Sanditon, on Miss Lamb's account, and the Miss B.s., though naturally preferring anything to smallness and retirement, yet having in the course of the spring been involved in the inevitable expense of 6 new dresses each for a 3 days' visit, were constrained to be satisfied with Sanditon also, till their circumstances were retrieved. There, with the hire of a harp for one, and the purchase of some drawing paper for the other, and all the finery they could already command, they meant to be very economical, very elegant and very secluded, with the hope on Miss Beaufort's side, of praise and celebrity from all who walked within the sound of her instrument, and on Miss Letitia's, of curiosity and rapture in all who came near her while she sketched, and to both, the consolation of meaning to be the most stylish girls in the place. The particular introduction of Mrs. G to Miss Diana Parker secured them immediately an acquaintance with the Trafalgar House family, and with the Denhams, and the Miss Beauforts were soon satisfied with the circle in which they moved in Sunderton, to use a proper phrase, for everybody must now move in a circle, to the prevalence of which rotatory motion is perhaps to be attributed the giddiness and false steps of many. Lady Denham had other motives for calling on Mrs. G besides attention to the Parkers. In Miss Lamb, here was the very young lady, sickly and rich, whom she had been asking for, and she made the acquaintance for Sir Edward's sake, and the sake of her Milchasses. How it might answer with regard to the baronet, remained to be proved, but as to the animals, she soon found that all her calculations of profit would be vain. Mrs. G would not allow Miss L to have the smallest symptom of a decline, or any complaint which asses' milk could possibly relieve. Miss L was under the constant care of an experienced physician, and his prescriptions must be their rule, and except in favor of some tonic pills, which a cousin of her own had a property in, Mrs. G did never deviate from the strict medicinal page. The corner house of the terrace was the one in which Miss D.P. had the pleasure of settling her new friends, and considering that it commanded in front the favorite lounge of all the visitors at Sunderton, and on one side, whatever might be going on at the hotel, there could not have been a more favorable spot for the seclusions of the Miss Beauforts. And accordingly, long before they had suited themselves with an instrument, or with drawing paper, they had, by the frequency of their appearance at the low windows upstairs, in order to close the blinds, or open the blinds, to arrange a flower pot on the balcony, or look at nothing through a telescope, attracted many an eye upwards, and made many a gazer gaze again. A little novelty has a great effect in so small a place. The Miss Beauforts, who would have been nothing at Brighton, could not move here without notice, and even Mr. Arthur Parker, though little disposed for supernumerary exertion, always quitted the terrace, in his way to his brother's by this corner house, for the sake of a glimpse of the Miss B.S., though it was a half a quarter of a mile round about, and added 2 steps to the ascent of the hill. Chapter 12. Charlotte had been 10 days at Sunderton without seeing Sunderton House, every attempt at calling on Lady D having been defeated by meeting with her beforehand. But now it was to be more resolutely undertaken, at a more early hour, that nothing might be neglected of attention to Lady D or amusement to Charlotte. And if you should find a favourable opening, my love, said Mr. P., who did not mean to go with them, I think you had better mention the poor Melissa's situation, and sound her ladyship as to a subscription for them. I am not fond of charitable subscriptions in a place of this kind. It is a sort of tax upon all that come, yet as their distress is very great and I almost promised the poor woman yesterday to get something done for her, I believe we must set a subscription on foot, and therefore the sooner the better, and Lady Denhan's name at the head of the list will be a very necessary beginning. You will not dislike speaking to her about it, Mary? I will do whatever you wish me, replied his wife, but you would do it so much better yourself. I shall not know what to say. My dear Mary, cried he, it is impossible you can be really at a loss. Nothing can be more simple. You have only to state the present afflicted situation of the family, their earnest application to me, and my being willing to promote a little subscription for their relief, provided it meet with her approbation. The easiest thing in the world, cried Miss Diana Parker, who happened to be calling on them at the moment. All said and done, in less time than you have been talking of it now. And while you are on the subject of subscriptions, Mary, I will thank you to mention a very melancholy case to Lady D, which has been represented to me in the most affecting terms. There is a poor woman in Worcestershire, whom some friends of mine are exceedingly interested about, and I have undertaken to collect whatever I can for her. If you mention the circumstance to Lady Denhan, Lady Denhan can give, if she is properly attacked, and I look upon her to be the sort of person who, when once she is prevailed on to undraw her purse, would as readily give 10 gs as 5. And therefore, if you find her in a giving mood, you might as well speak in favor of another charity which I and a few more have very much at heart, the establishment of a charitable repository at Burton-on-Trent. And then, there is the family of the poor man who was hung last assizes at York. Though we really have raised the sum we wanted for putting them all out, yet if you can get a guinea from her on their behalf, it may as well be done. My dear Diana, exclaimed Mrs. P. I could no more mention these things to Lady D. than I see D. fly. Where's the difficulty? I wish I could go with you myself, but in 5 minutes I must be at Mrs. G. to encourage Miss Lamb in taking her first dip. She is so frightened, poor thing, that I promised to come and keep up her spirits, and go in the machine with her if she wished it, and as soon as that is over, I must hurry home, for Susan is to have leeches at 1 o'clock, which will be a 3 hours' business. Therefore I really have not a moment to spare. Besides that, between ourselves, I ought to be in bed myself at this present time, for I am hardly able to stand, and when the leeches have done, I dare say we shall both go to our rooms for the rest of the day. I am sorry to hear it, indeed. But if this is the case, I hope Arthur will come to us. If Arthur takes my advice, he will go to bed too, for if he stays up by himself, he will certainly eat and drink more than he ought. But you see, Mary, how impossible it is for me to go with you to Lady Denhan's. Upon second thoughts, Mary, said her husband, I will not trouble you to speak about the Melisses. I will take an opportunity of seeing Lady D myself. I know how little it suits you to be pressing matters upon a mind at all unwilling. His application thus withdrawn, his sister could say no more in support of hers, which was his object, as he felt all their impropriety and all the certainty of their ill effect upon his own better claim. Mrs. P. was delighted at this release, and set off very happy with her friend and her little girl, on this walk to Sanditon House. It was a close, misty morn, and when they reached the brow of the hill, they could not for some time make out what sort of carriage it was, which they saw coming up. It appeared at different moments to be everything from the gig to the phaeton, from one horse to four, and just as they were concluding in favor of a tandem, little Mary's young eyes distinguished the coachman and she eagerly called out, "'Tis Uncle Sidney, mamma, it is indeed." And so it proved. Mr. Sidney Parker, driving his servant in a very neat carriage, was soon opposite to them, and they all stopped for a few minutes. The manners of the Parkers were always pleasant among themselves, and it was a very friendly meeting between Sidney and his sister-in-law, who was most kindly taking it for granted that he was on his way to Trafalgar House. This he declined, however. He was just come from Eastbourne, proposing to spend 2 or 3 days, as it might happen, at Sanditon, but the hotel must be his quarters. He was expecting to be joined there by a friend or two. The rest was common enquiries and remarks, with kind notice of little Mary, and a very well-bred bow and proper address to Miss Hayward on her being named to him, and they parted, to meet again within a few hours. Sidney Parker was about 7 or 8 and 20, very good-looking, with a decided air of ease and fashion, and a lively countenance. This adventure afforded agreeable discussion for some time. Mrs. P. entered into all her husband's joy on the occasion, and exulted in the credit which Sidney's arrival would give to the place. The road to Sanditon H was a broad, handsome, planted approach, between fields, and conducting at the end of a QR of a mile through second gates into the grounds, which though not extensive had all the beauty and respectability which an abundance of very fine timber could give. These entrance gates were so much in a corner of the grounds or paddock, so near one of its boundaries, that an outside fence was at first almost pressing on the road, till an angle here, and a curve there threw them to a better distance. The fence was a proper park paling in excellent condition, with clusters of fine elms, or rows of old thorns following its line almost everywhere. Almost must be stipulated, for there were vacant spaces, and through one of these, Charlotte, as soon as they entered the enclosure, caught a glimpse over the pales of something white and womanish in the field on the other side. It was a something which immediately brought Miss B. into her head, and stepping to the pales, she saw indeed, and very decidedly, in spite of the mist, Miss B., seated, not far before her, at the foot of the bank which sloped down from the outside of the paling and which a narrow path seemed to skirt along, Miss Brereton seated, apparently very composedly, and Sir Ed by her side. They were sitting so near each other and appeared so closely engaged in gentle conversation, that Chapter instantly felt she had nothing to do but to step back again, and say not a word. Privacy was certainly their object. It could not but strike her rather unfavorably with regard to Clara, but hers was a situation which must not be judged with severity. She was glad to perceive that nothing had been discerned by Mrs. Parker. If Charlotte had not been considerably the tallest of the two, Miss B.'s white ribbons might not have fallen within the ken of her more observant eyes. Among other points of moralizing reflection which the sight of this tete-a-tete produced, Charlotte did not but think of the extreme difficulty which secret lovers must have in finding a proper spot for their stolen interviews. Here perhaps they had thought themselves so perfectly secure from observation, the whole field open before them, a steep bank and pales never crossed by the foot by man at their back, and a great thickness of air in aid. Yet here, she had seen them. They were really ill-used. The house was large and handsome, 2 servants appeared to admit them, and everything had a suitable air of property and order. Lady D valued herself upon her liberal establishment, and had great enjoyment in the order and the importance of her style of living. They were shewn into the usual sitting room, well proportioned and well furnished, though it saw furniture rather originally good and extremely well kept, than new or showy, and as Lady D was not there, Charlotte had leisure to look about, and to be told by Mrs. P that the whole-length portrait of a stately gentleman, which placed over the mantelpiece, caught the eye immediately, was the picture of Sir H. Denham, and that one among many miniatures in another part of the room, little conspicuous, represented Mr. Hollis. Poor Mr. Hollis, it was impossible not to feel him hardly used to be obliged to stand back in his own house and see the best place by the fire constantly occupied by Sir H. D. Notes page 14. Being induced by business to quit the high road, and, toil raised, attempt a very rough lane, were overturned substituted for were on quitting the high road, and toiling up a very long steep hill through a rough lane, overturned 8. Half rock, half sand added above the line 10. A house for the house 11. First required to take that direction for required to turn that way 15. To pass by for to pass 2 minutes before he had grumbled and shaken his shoulders so much indeed, and pitted and cut his horses so sharply for grumbling so much indeed, and looking so black, and pitying and cutting his horses so much. Page 26. Not his master's written above, not the gentleman's own, but only not is erased. 7. Had added above line indisputably become considerably worse for indisputably and evidently become much worse. 10. Past erased before left behind expressing, saying erased, with a most intelligent, and seeming erased, portentous countenance written over as bad as it had been before the change seemed to say. 13. Could safely proceed for had ever thought of proceeding. 16. Travellers believed found themselves at first only shaken and bruised erased before gentlemen. 18. At first added above line 21. Soon added above line 22. In a few moments erased after of it and added above line after obliged. Page 32. Self-erased before congratulations and to his wife and himself added above line 13. The for before neat-looking. 14. Appearing erased after cottage. 15. Peeping out from among wood, and erased before romantically among wood added above line 20. Neither over and not erased page 41. From erased after coming to. Had for having 15. And very erased after salutation 19. Assistance for service in any way 21. One or two of added above line page 55. Best over better to erased 8. A favorable for the best possible 15. Him for any his partner erased before if he 17. Rather added above line would prefer the attendance of his partner for would have his partner by preference. Miss Austen neglected to alter would to should. 20. Can be with him for will be there page 61. For added above line before excepting 12. Though over either erased 14. Stay added above line 20. Whether you may know it or not added above line page 73. Only yesterday morning in London added above line 8. Added above line before partnership 15. With a good-humoured smile added above line 20. This parish erased before Willingden for having, I have erased, over having erased 21. Sir added above line, and erased, after lived here 22. Sir erased after man and boy I think I must have known of such a person, at least I may venture, without ever hearing, and never heard before written above line and erased, of the existence of such a person before. I think I may venture, therefore added above line and erased, at least added a second time, above line, and erased, all cancelled page 83. To be sure for though to be sure 9. Sir added above line 12. And that added above line before my shepherd 14. Paces for bits page 910. Last added above line 12. When added above line was, being erased, in the over in erased 14. One is never able to be complete anything, be inadvertently not erased, for nothing able to be completed 16. You know added above line 17. And accordingly satisfying for I satisfied 20. I added above line page 10:1. Scrape for awkward predicament 13. You know added above line own added above line 17. Error and added above line before immersion page 11:8. Service to you and this lady overused to service erased 15. It will be better for us for we had better accept this kind offer 16. He erased before turned 18. In order added above line 21. Rise to added above line page 12:3. Home added above line 5. My for the 9. Itself added above line 11. The favorite spot for the most favorite 13. Favorite erased before coast 14. Promising to be the most chosen for consequently the most likely to be chosen 21. The wonder. For amazing to me. 22 or time for and time page 13:1. A country for any country too. Sure to added above line 3. As I dare say you find for I dare say you find it so 12. Experiencing for feeling 15. Nursery grounds for laying out gardens 17. those regular for the regular 19. Who are a blessing everywhere, excite for excite not only 21. And diffuse for but diffuse 22. Sort for kind page 14:3. 1 erased before place 9. Totally added above line 16. Must soon find themselves, for I have no doubt will find themselves in the end page 15:10. 1 complete, measured for a measured 13. Saving a whole mile for that 19. Lying, as it does for situated 20. A bleak moor added above line page 16:10. Pro erased, Yaled over grow erased page 17:1. Why, in truth sir, I fancy for I fancy, sir 3. That line for those lines 11. Is quite of my opinion and thinks for quite agrees with me in thinking 15. Turning round towards erased before, 2:16. Who erased, followed over attended erased 17. Now seen added above line page 18:2. Everything that was proper for and did what was proper 3. Recommend for enforce 10. The carriage being now set up, was discovered to have received such injury, for it was now ascertained that the carriage was so much injured 14. Therefore added above line page 19:3. For a whole fortnight the travellers were fixed at Willingden, for the Parkers were the guests of the Haywoods a fortnight for. Mr. P.'s sprain proving, being erased, too serious for him to move sooner, for the sprain was too serious for Mr. Parker to be sooner able to move sooner 13. Equal goodwill erased before unremitting 14. Act earned erased before office page 23. On either for in either 6. Unfolded for made known 8. For he was, being erased, over was he was erased 10. His conversation for he 11. Unconsciously erased after information 14. On for in 20. Quiet, simple erased, added above line interesting only erased after village consideration inhabited by one family of consequence, his own, of secondary erased before pretensions 22. Some before accidental erased, and restored above line page 21:2. Landholder for proprietor of the land 3. Becoming for being 6. Note erased before young renown for notoriety 13. Of a respectable over no profession erased 21. Former indeed for brothers in fact page 22:5. His ankle for an ankle 19. Prodigious for great 22. Last year added above line page 24:2. Remained for was 7. Not only those of added above line 8. And added above line before home 9. Also erased before his mine 10. His occupation added above line 14. And added above line before his endeavors 18. Own added above line before house page 25:1. Air erased after C4. Bracket erased after spirits 9. Nearly for almost in every disorder erased after infallible 11. In cases erased after disorder 12. They were equally sovereign erased after blood they were erased, and restored above line 14. Antibilius added above line 17. Nobody wanted spirits, nobody wanted strength for nor cd the most obstinate cougher retain a cough therefore and 20 hours 19. Seemingly added above line 20. Each, erased before was wanted page 26 3. Evidently for palpably 7. They erased before their 8. Long over very long erased 14. Could carry for conveyed 17. Old over all erased 19. Eldest added above line page 27 4. An occasional month for a summer occasionally 5. Erased before symptoms 6. And over to make erased 10. Forbidding erased before obliged page 28 1. Give useful connections or overlead them into respectable company erased 6. Daughter for young lady 13. Under her mother's directions for enacting for her mother 15. And erased before who 20. Gratitude for grateful feelings page 29 1. For her sisters and over and everything else that erased there erased after library 5. Send for recommend get try, added above line before Sunderton and erased 8. As omitted 9. 5 shillings for one night page 31 16. Facts added above line page 32 2. Her history and her character for names and places, and some hints of character, though given with the light touch of a very friendly hand, erased after character 3. Were erased before served 4. Hill for pool 6. Who erased before with whom 15. Quite erased before an elderly page 33. 22 her conduct for it page 34 5. Greatly for much 8. A careful, independent, valuable character over to us erased 10. May be entirely for are to be chiefly her want for the want 16. Truly admirable for which one admires page 35 1. Now and then, see things differently for see things differently now and then 3. You know added above line 7. Wants of society for social order 16. He had allowed them to be for they cdb page 36 1. These for the 3. Coups erased before kindred 13. At hand to preserve their over able by their vicinity, to erased 19. Always erased before lived 20. Very erased before principally page 37 4. Had he for if he had 9. Lady D has granted him for he holds under Lady D, 10. We shall over will erased 15. Being erased before having the fairest for a very fair page 38 1. And long and often enjoyed, deprecating the idea of a companion, defying and I enjoying erased 4. On that head, she had been erased after relations 6. House for whole 10. Secure for restore 17. Character for young women 20. Described for delineated, and not with erased after described page 39 7 promptly and added above line 15 being in erased before London principally added above line 16 very added above line their resident there erased after cousins 18. And whom she was determined to keep at a distance, She had erased 20. They're erased and restored above line page 43. Reputed for proverbial 5. Calling for called 7. Not added above line 9. All the over great erased 10. Which is left hanging 15 are added above line before spy 17 persuaded for induced 18 for the rest of her stay added above line after home and erased after offer 20 are added above line before very page 41 3 beyond her expectation over were erased 22 are added above line before situation page 42 3 merit, sweetness erased. Over unpretending manners erased 9 steady conduct for good judgment unassuming erased before gentle 18 having for she had 19 she was become erased before that loveliness. Page 43 4. Close by 4 in front of 6. Orchard and meadows foreground and orchards 8. Such a over such any erased 11. Old added above line page 44 4. You know added above line 8. Hill for ascent 9. The heart of erased before Sunderton modern Sunderton added above line we shall soon catch the roof of my new house, my real home erased before a beautiful spot 16. And added above line before without page 45 3. A little for the little for. And a crescent is a building that always takes erased after we shall 6. Very erased before name joined to the over will give us choice of lodgers erased 8. In a good season added above line before we 12. At it added above line 13. A great deal of erased before something 19. In fact added above line 21. Having erased after without the constant eyesore of added above line, and as an eyesore erased after formalities for formality 22. Or the yearly nuisance of its for or its occasional page 46 4. And added above line before we and erased now, or here, erased after well off 5. As ever we were for as we used to be 13. On the hill added above line about us erased before in the course 14. The growth of my plantations is a general astonishment for my plantations astonish everybody by their growth page 47 6. As proud as can be for so proud 7. How grave she will walk about with it, and for it will be delightful to see her walking about with it, so gravely. She will 12. Now erased after bathe 18. At all for as we did 19. Those for our page 48 5. With added above line 7. This gutter for this pit 11. By any erased, 1 over if 1 erased 12. Which do more mischief in a over should pour through the erased 13. When they do arise over which do more mischief erased 14. Experiences for nose 20. Get, deal with erased, all our erased before go 21. Stringer for salmon page 49 4. Beyond a doubt added above line 6. Help for encouragement 9. Often wanted for forgotten 15. Old erased before the stringers 16. Be added above line before easily 17. I hope erased after satisfied 19. And says added above line 21. Out of erased before left page 53. He pretends to advise. Improvements added between lines 7 of and to us, all 4 of his eldest br, and to his eldest br and 8. Most families, to say anything for a young man of abilities and address, and general ease of manner Miss H, who says anything 12. In ours, it is Sydney, who is a over Sydney is erased 14. And with great powers, only fault for very lively, very pleasant, living very much in the world, and liked by everybody 16. I wish we may, I should above line, erased before he is here 20. Fine thing for credit to page 51-7. Neat added above line 8. Original erased before Sunderton 9. Hill 4 down 12. And whose height ended in 4 but whose top was 13. Overlooking the sea erased after down where, looked for added above line 15. Winding more obliquely for wound 16. Gave for giving 18. Formed for forming page 52-1. Delight for great pleasure 6. Were actually erased before 2 females 11. Through the upper 4 from the open 12. Blissful for exhilarating 20. Might for must page 53-3. During added above line 4. Summer for season 6. And for but 7. Would not let them be for CD not bear to have them 8. The shore added above line 11. William for old 14. At a shoemaker's added above line 15. This is new, a month ago added between lines page 54-3. Former days for old erection 9. To be watched above line, by Mr. Parker there D erased before by Mr. P 12. Calculated for reckoned fewer erased before and a smaller 17. But there were the sands erased after dinner but added above line and the terrace added above line 19. And the added above line before tide 20. Half tide now for half in 21. At added above line before his own 22. At once added above line page 55-2. He added above line before CD almost 5. On the down 4 of any was a light 4 was an 6. Standing in a 4 separated from the down only by a 7. A very young plantation round it 4 very young plantations over it 8. About 4 not 9. The cliff, which was erased after brow of very added above line before lofty 11. Short added above line 16. A little for a small space 18. 2 added above line before the bathing page 56-6. Ample, Venetian added above line 11. In sunshine and freshness for under a sunshiny breeze page 57-7. But added above line before perhaps 8. I trust it may for not unlikely 16. Say for guess page 58-3. 2 added above line 7. Frequently added above line subject to a variety of very serious for at times martyrs to very dreadful page 59-1. Much added above line 24-22-5. Which is most unfortunate erased after profession 10. WD appear by this letter to have been for had been 14. Began for observed page 63. Accomplishing between you for bringing about 5. Show for describe 10. At for by before your accident 16. Hardly able to crawl from the, my raised, bed to the sofa erased after found me suffering added above line 18. And hardly. Sofa added above line page 61 9. Use for application steadily for well 11. 644 page 62 6. To be obtained erased after relief 11. Know where to apply erased before could soon page 63. 2 and added before 6 3. 10 days together over the last week have erased so little for a little for. We for I 9. Accordingly erased after drawn and added above line 14. Trying to suppress, coughing erased, a cough for sneezing page 64 4. And for 6. 1 for that of 8. Girls added above line 12. But added above line 14. As he concluded erased, finished, it erased, for having finished and refolded his letter though I dare say over I suppose if erased 15. WD erased after Sydney 16. Extremely entertaining for very amusing, to laugh at above line erased, 17. And make us, together added above line 18. By, possibly for, myself, can see nothing, either erased, in for can see nothing in 19. Either added above line before very 22. In, advancing erased, promoting for page 65 5. Extra added above line 10. Quite erased before astonished 13. It is really erased before frightful 16. More foremost 17. To one's imagination erased after distressing page 66 7. Own for say 13. I.e. poor, erased before Arthur 22. Idle and indolent erased after 20 page 67 3. Any prospect and, above line, the slightest plan erased before of engaging page 69 6. And added above line before as quickly 9. Business added above line 12. Elderly added above line page 71. And added above line before the sans 4. The house added above line 6. Her inner room for the little inner parlor 7. Employment for something better to do 14. Such as these erased after than 16. Brown for Henderson 17. Erased before Leut, page 71 1. The list was not only for it was not only a list 7. Were an ever-ready consolation for was an ever-present source of joy 8. Without delay for immediately 15. With all becoming alacrity erased after list 16. Busy in for proceeding to 18. Further added above line 21. Smart trinkets for ornamented combs page 72 7. She reflected for began to feel 9. For her added above line 11. The very first evening for the first evening of her arrival she took up a book, it happened to be a vol, of Camilla for a vol, of Camilla happened to lie on the counter 15. So, she turned from the drawers of rings and brooches for the GL erased. Drawers of rings and brooches must be resisted page 73-3. And, had erased, been directed thence for whence they were directed for. Her having walked a good mile was erased before Lady D20. You and make sure of your for our good neighbors, and be sure of their page 74-3. Very quietly over without any other species of opposition erased 11. She observed them well added above line 14. And for after I18. Being free spoken for free speaking 19. About her for in it 22. Of welcome for and interest page 75-1. Was for was 9. A sweetly modest and yet naturally graceful for a sweet modesty yet natural gracefulness of 11. In added above line after C12. The for as, after only 13. Whatever heroine might be most beautiful and bewitching for all the most beautiful and bewitching heroines 16. On for in before Mrs. Whitby's 17. Was from erased before might page 76-3. Such added above line before poverty and such before beauty 12. In erased after herself first added above line before 514. Be the lot of for await 21. Denham for Denham's page 77-17. Very erased after very 21. Spend over are said erased page 78-2. Fancy for think for. But for and about erased after scatter page 79-6. At me erased after smiles 7. I dare say added above line 8. May be erased after creature 17. As added above line before all page 80-11. Credit for thanks page 81-6 and 8. There is no doubt that Miss Austen wrote Chamber House though it was printed Chamber Horse in the Memoir 14. My added above line before Paul page 82-4. And I added above line page 83-3. Them for others 8. Settled with Mrs. P. In for in 9. When they came erased after drawing room page 84-13. Very good for pleasing 19. Very erased before fine 21. She for Charlotte page 85-1. Very erased before agreeable 2. Suspicion for notion 3. Would arise for might be implied 9. Simple erased, dull of fancy for dull of mind and erased before careless 20. And erased before followed 22. Merely for only page 86-2. Altogether added above line 9. Did him no harm for did not hurt him 15. Th erased before all page 88-6. Devoting himself entirely erased after walk and by added above line before addressing 8. Stationing himself added above line before close side erased after by her 11. 2 added above line before give page 90-18. There is added above line to Madden for that Madden's page 91-14. Him for Scott 19. Truly added above line before breathed page 92-20. of erased before elicited page 93-19. Had learned to understand for could comprehend 21. Had for could 22. Or 2 on his side over of 2 of Sir Edward's erased page 94-10. 4 of before going 16. Some erased before looks 18. Were to erased before united 21. Amused in considering for deriving considerable amusement from 22. Between 4 of page 95-2. Strain of added above line 4. Discourse for manner of talking 5. Immediately erased after arm 6. Felt, herself doing erased, that any notice from her was an honour over had been long used to consider her honour, by any notice she bestowed erased 9. Or a natural for under 17. Every way added above line page 96-5. With me added above line page 97-3. Find fault with 4 rip up the faults of 4. Nobody could live happier together than us for we lived perfectly happy together 12. Charlotte's for her 15. Legal erased before bequest 16. Had erased before only 18. It for that page 98-4. Bad added above line 14. A added above line before very fine 15. In his added above line before address 18. Directly saw that for imagined page 99-14. To repeated inadvertently quite added above line after seemed page 102. Real and landed or funded added above line 7. And for now 12. Get written twice, 1 erased. Page 101-10. Was erased before prepared 15. Out for the before bedrooms page 102-12. 3 or 4 erased before either page 103-7. But for and before without 8. And only conscious that Lady D was still talking for while Lady D still talked 12. Thoroughly mean. I had not expected anything so bad for much worse than I expected, meaner, a great deal meaner. She is very mean 14. His own kind disposition makes him judge too well of others erased before his judgment 15. Always added above line before to be trusted and erased in his opinion of others erased after trusted 16. In judging of others erased after misleads him 22. Line for respect page 104-7. Not added above line before tell page 105-2. Till 4/8. Has been our occupation for we have been doing page 106-9. But added above line before if 11. I dare say it will for it will probably 18. Incipient added above line page 107-2. Aberration for aberrations 4. Achieve for encounter 6. Delight for ardor 10. Indentable for unconquerable 12. High-toned machinations of the added above line 21. Any opposing character for his rival 22. But added above line before eleemosynary page 108-5. Antipuerile for sagacious 12. Whom circumstances, spot added above line 19. Since added above line before appeared 22. Opposition of feeling and convenience for thing page 109 8. Of the erased and restored above line which were the usual erased before villain 13. Was always more anxious for its for always wished it better 14. The knit CD ever have erased after success 19. Owed his erased before read nothing 20. Wherefore was, an interesting change, page 110 8. Our replaced by the and restored 14. He felt that added above line before he 16. The very name, fascination with it added between lines page 111 2. Any for some before pretensions for. Mistaken erased before vise 7. Alone added above line after Clara page 112 12. WD have erased before felt a strong for some 13. Ascertain for no 15. Desolar, erased before solitary 20. St, i.e. style, erased before sought page 113 15. Having been for being page 114 5. Could be for was 7. If possible before her for before her if possible 8. Did not allow for was too brisk for 11. When for as 17. A moment's astonishment for beginning to astonish Charlotte 22. A great deal of above line, great astonis, and much, word illegible, erased page 115 1. But still more for and great too. Nothing cdb, wife added between lines 4. How erased and restored, a rig. How had. 6 that added above line before she was 9. Middling for middle 10. Delicate looking rather than sickly for but rather delicate than absolutely sickly 11. In her erased before with an agreeable 12. Her manners resembling for and her manners resembled 14. With for there was before more decision 16. Without delay for as soon as they were in the drawing room page 116 1. Better and better for a great increase of the happiness. To come for here 3. Nothing else to be done for a case of necessity 12. Which we spent erased after night and as for but 13. So added above line before common that erased before as 15. Wonderfully for charmingly 16. She erased, probably, before had no hysterics had for and 17. Within sight of 4 to 18. The attack was not very violent, quite over erased, nearly over for they were quite subsided 22. Mr. Woodcock's assistance for young Woodcock's help page 117 1. The disposal of the luggage for where all the luggage should be carried 3. Sam for Hannah Unp, erased before uncord 5. Her erased before being so poor 7. Unwilling for afraid for 11. About for over so I for therefore 13. The terrace, to added above line 16. I am sure erased after hotel 17. On the down for in the field 22. Affected for stiffened page 118 13. The good for too excellent 14. Know them only 4, have only heard of them 15. You must over my friend Fanny Noyce, I dare say you erased 22. Only 4, but page 119 5. Wherefore spot 10. On 4 as to before the question 15. Th erased before names 16. There over the erased 21. To receive for page 124. Simple link of connection for connecting link 9. Case for question 10. But before 2 days page 121 2. There added above line after arriving 7. Then erased after account 11. All added above line before this 14. Us for the English after to make 17. By erased before whether or added above line before to missis 18. To over but erased 20. Equal for ought page 122 1. Me for my exertions 7. Left Chichester added above line 11. And doing. World added above line page 123 6. Quick for hasty the part of the story which was really most above line, astonishing, to above line, Charlotte most, she could not, something above line, not legible, noticed, she had just given, it to herself erased after measures 7. The words for the words of 8. Had just passed through Charlotte's brain erased, mind, and collecting her thoughts, she replied, I dare say I look surprised, for I feel so erased, all written over, but she could only give one explanation of the amazement which she could easily believe to be painted in her face. Erased 10 that erased before a civil 11 do added above line before look 13 what invalids are for that both you and your sister are sad sufferers, invalids above line, as to health 16 appellation for name 22 which will erased before incline page 124 1. How, erased before the world for. Not for Act 5. No opportunity of doing erased, being useful, good erased, escape them for none of their faculties be wasted 10. Of use of sick page 125 4. Warmly offered his assistance for particularly urged for 11. Of mine added above line after business 19. Today for this evening page 126 5. Some, other erased, lodgings or other for them 9. The commission for to undertake it 13. No, indeed, mere name for o. As to your sister's dinner cried his wife, that's never anything more than a name 21. I grant you added above line page 127 3. Is only too much disposed for food. We are often over is much more likely to eat too much than too little. We erased, eats enormously. We above line, erased, 18. So erased before independent page 128 1. Who actually attends eloquence and attends some of the girls of the seminary, to give them lessons in botany and 7. However added above line after appearing page 129 1. Ago erased before since page 134. In erased after sensation 6. for themselves erased after complaints 9. A zeal for the love of 11. Or written inadvertently for of before others 16. An early for at over to erased 18. Their sufferings added above line 20. Charitable for benevolent 22. A spirit of restless activity for the disease of activity page 131 2. Benevolence for health, as well as in every inaction of sickness 10. Who for whose before had never 18. She found them added above line 21. It had been added above line page 132 2. The added above line before table 7. A peculiar degree over the sort erased 14. Excepting for except 16. The several for many 17. At home for domesticated 20. Symptoms for signs page 133 3. The added above line before salts 4. Considerable for great 6. Him added above line after fancied 12. Excepting erased before with page 134 3. Much for most 8. During for 15. Also added above line before opened page 135 3. Been added above line before hitherto 5. What she had done erased before opening 12. Seen something for distinguished something of the matter 13. From their window erased before they could and added above line after distinguish 15. Its amount for the amount of it page 136. 2. Some removals to look for looking 5. Next for close 7. Civility in wishing her to take his over polite civil offer offering her his own erased 10. Much for great 12. His person as for him for 15. Arthur was, no means for he had in every respect a heavy look. Yet was not 18. Chiefly for very much 19. He added above line before evidently 20. A fine young woman for a good-looking girl, well, word illegible, agreeable above line, erased, 22. Observed with much, gr above line, erased. Pleasure erased after br page 137 1. Decided for grade 2. Of erased before some powerful object over thing source erased 3. Him for Arthur considerable for no inconsiderable 5. Began even to make for made 13. And invigorating to for 15. Well for much before as anybody page 138 3. To say the truth for in my own opinion 5. In my own erased opinion added above line 15. Thought replaced by found and restored above line page 139 5. Walk for take 12. As to for in 13. The hill is so steep for there is such a steep hill to get up to it 18. Which erased after perspiration 21. Th erased before vaywed page 145. Pot erased after cocoa 13. Brought up added above line 16. The murmuring of a few broken sentences of self-approbation and success for in a faint murmur, and a few broken sentences of approbation of his own doings and prosperity. 19. Into as gallant a line as ever, for with quite as much gallantry as before. Page 141. 9. Rather added above line after dish of 13. Very added above line before fine. 21. By no means for not. Page 142. 2. Certainly for, evidently for. Of for, from before his sisters. 15. Exceedingly pleased for, very much obliged. 16. Therefore upon that subject. 17. A very bad thing for is very bad. Page 143. 5. It was rather amusing to see erased after nutmeg grater. 6. Glass added above line after butter and erased. 8. Accusing, declaring, maintaining for accused, declared, maintained. 10. And added above line after trusted. 18. Her toast for that toast erased after own. 20. Herself for himself. 22. Almost added above line after scraped off. Page 144. 7. Earthy dross for earth. 8. Charlotte could not but suspect him of adopting over. He seemed of having, originally to have, chosen erased. 9. Principally for, chiefly. Page 145. 6. Acts on me like poison and added above line. 9. Sounds almost incredible for is a sort of thing hardly to be believed. 10. So often that I cannot doubt it. For 3. Several, above line, times. 21. Soon for very soon. Page 146. 11. And the color rushed for, brought the color. 13. Much for, a good deal of. Page 147. 16. Determining. 18. Totally separate and distinct erased after families. 20. Each for them. Page 148. 8. Advantage for good. Page 149. 2. Race for family. 4. That added above line before the family. 6. Were for being. 13. Period for time. 14. Another representation for other representations. Page 154. Blunders for mistakes of some erased before of the many. 10. Make everything appear what it was not for, throw everything into confusion. 15. Expensive added above line before house. 21. Believed herself for supposed. Page 151. 6. Mrs. C.D.S. for her. 7. Mere for very before trifle. 8. Of reproach added above line. 9. All the following for the next. 14. Receiving such for giving a home to. 15. As for who. Page 152. 17. Such pursuits as for the pursuit of what. 18. General erased before admiration. Page 153. 8. Smallness and added above line before retirement, yet added above line before having. 9. In the course of the spring added above line. 10. Some erased before the inevitable. 11. Each added above line after dresses. 20. Secluded for retired. 21. From for with after celebrity. Page 154. 12. In Sanditon added above line. 14. To added above line before the prevalence. 22. been asking for wanted page 155 6. Soon added above line before found 7. Be vain for fail her 9. To have erased before any complaint 12. And if Mrs. G ever, word illegible, could therefore above line, erased after physician page 156 5. Accordingly for indeed 7. With added above line before drawing paper 14. And added above line before I-19. Notice for being noticed 20. By habit erased after disposed 22. Quitted over went out at this end of erased way for walk his brothers for Trafalgar H page 157 3. Round added above line before about page 159 13. Better added above line before mention page 167. For them erased after foot 17. Be really at a loss for really be at any loss 18. More added above line before simple 20. Earnest added above line page 161 6. That written inadvertently for than 20. The added above line before sought 21. Is for can be page 162 7. As to erased before then 11. All added above line before out page 163 2. All erased before over 4. At 1 o'clock for today 7. Besides erased before between 13. To hear it for this 14. If this is the case added above line page 164 9. Their impropriety for the impropriety of them 17. Not added above line after they could 19. It erased after up page 165 11. It was over in the P erased 13. Most kindly added above line page 166 7. With a decided air of ease and fashion, and over with a and very much the man of fashion in his air erased 15. Road for approach at first only, by above line, erased before abroad 16. Approach for road 17. Of about a QR of a mile's length erased, and conducting at the end of a QR of a mile through second gates over but ending in about a QR of a mile erased 19. Into for in not added above line before extensive 20. Were erased before had 22. These entrance gates. Boundaries for they were so narrow at the entrance page 167 3. An outside for one outside 5. Here, and a curve there through 4 in one, and a curve in the other gave 6. 2 added above line after them 9. Clusters, rows erased, of fine elms, or rows of old thorns for vigorous elms, or old thorns and hollies 10. Line for course 12. Vacant spaces for intervals 16. Over the pales erased after womanish and added above line after glimpse 20. Decidedly for distinctly 21. In spite of the mist for though at some distance before her page 168 1. Sloping erased before bank 2. At, erased after paling and 3. Path for track 8. That erased after felt 12. her added above line after strike 14. Must not for ought not to 16. Of it erased after nothing discerned for scene 17. If Charlotte had not been over she was erased 19. Or erased after the 2 page 169 6. Perfectly added above line before secure 10. By man perhaps inadvertently for of man at their back for behind them 12. By her erased after ill-used 19. Order and the, added above line before importance page 176. Stately for portly 12. Represented for was 15. Own house for room printed in England at the Oxford University Press. Transcriber's note in the notes to page 21, line 21, brothers in feet has been changed to brothers in fact. No other changes have been made to spelling or punctuation. Asterisk 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 end of the Project Gutenberg ebook fragment of a novel written by Jane Austen, January-March 1817 asterisk 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 updated editions will replace the previous one, the old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works, by using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Symbol Electronic Works 1.0. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, You must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2 If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3 If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4 Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. 1.e.5 Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. 1.e.6 You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark symbol website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7 Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8 You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works provided that You pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark symbol license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f1.f.1 Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark symbol work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark symbol. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark symbol's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark symbol and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways including checks, online payments and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark symbol concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark symbol ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the US unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark symbol, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.